TCH Live from Austin, Texas, Texas Card
Let's
House.
get in the picture.
Yeah, let's get Dante in the picture. I'm William Waddy, the New York Knit. I got Dante with me. Welcome back, Dante.
Good evening, everybody. It is great to be back. I'm really excited. Checked out the lineup. Should be fun. And I heard there's going to be a bomb pot
Yeah, so
live stream next Thursday.
this coming Thursday, actually, 3 days from now, there's going to be an all bomb pot stream
That's a lot
on
of
these
fun.
very airwaves. So be sure and subscribe to this channel. Get these notifications on. Find out every single time we are on the air across our 3 locations, Austin, Dallas, and Houston that we stream from. I think RGV is coming online soon as well.
It means we're going to have a TCH live stream every day. That's the goal.
Yeah, yes, all TCH all the time. I can't think of too many better things in poker.
Well, I had a chance to talk to some of the players on the table, and one of the players said they tend to be incredibly aggressive and wants to get these bluffs on the stream. So I won't say who that is, but
I'm sure
you can
we'll
probably
find out
figure
when
it
they start
out.
bluffing. Hey, you know what? I'm good. I'm happy to see a good bluff on the stream. I'd like to see a good bluff catch on the stream.
We actually see it all. People just don't believe that they have it a lot of times.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes you don't believe them and you look like a genius. Sometimes you don't believe them and they flop the nuts. And then they take your money. But that's why we bluff, though, so that we get paid when we have it.
Let's see. I know we've got Uncle T. He is on the stream. He often commentates on the stream as well. We see Caleb, Kevin, and seat 7, sorry, who's been on the stream a number of times. Let's see who else that we have. Did somebody roll a 96?
Yeah, that didn't take long. It's actually
83 and then a 96. Wow. We have Kyle in the chat who also commentates on the stream a lot. So how you doing, Kyle? Thanks for hopping in with us. We're getting ready to start. I know players are at this point are still getting their chips, so it might take a few minutes before we get started.
And good to see all of you here. Rena, buckle up. Hey, that's a name and a prediction, I think. Buckle up. We're going to have some good action tonight. Emily in there first. Yes, it does look like you're first. And, hey, Streamwebs is being generous. Get your rolls in right now. And while we've got...
I don't have enough to gamble.
Consume, I'll throw some promos up. How about that? This weekend, the even bigger one happens pretty much every month at TCH Dallas. That is happening starting this Wednesday. $300 buy-in, $250,000 guarantee, half-hour blinds on day 1, flights on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Day 2 on Sunday, playing down to a final table, which will be streamed on Monday on these very airwaves.
That is so exciting. We have a huge, it seems like we have a huge tournament every month.
Kevin's 100 and that over there.
Sorry?
Didn't Kevin put in a range of 100?
Yeah.
Oh, I see that. I call.
8 calls.
I think I got the top one.
Yeah, I got the bottom.
Okay.
Yeah. It didn't show us the poker, but now we got the poker. And Uncle T with the nut flush on the bottom, and Bertram with the set of kings on the top.
And it's
chopping
a second
this one.
nut flush on the bottom.
Yeah, he probably thought he was scooping.
Well, yeah, he had something to know, but that's what you want in a bomb pot is something strong on both boards. Not the nuts, but he was still very strong. So I'm surprised he didn't get in more than that.
Yeah, sorry to have missed that there, but the computer was not quite cooperating with us. We think we got that fixed now.
Yep, we certainly do. And we got Barbers here as well. Just James, who's been on the show a lot. Johnny Vibes has been on here a while. And Nicholas. I don't know if I'm familiar with Nicholas or Bertrand.
I would love to see Seat 5 Johnny Vibes play heads up against the actual Johnny Vibes somewhere someday.
You mean
Just
that's
saying.
not the Johnny Vibes?
That is not the Johnny Vibes. That is somebody who has appropriated the name.
Well, next time I play, I'm going to put Daniel Negreanu.
There we go. You just act the part, and you're easily mistaken for D-Negs.
Yeah.
So. I won't ask you to do the Canadian accent.
Yeah, I just remembered he's from Canada, right?
He is Canadian.
Okay, yeah. We do have another player coming for seat 9, so, and Rig wakes up with kings. Oh, they switched seats. they were sitting. Anyway, Rick, 3 bets it to 100. A little small. He's definitely going to get called, or he should. I'd love to see Kevin coming for a raise for this. Nope, he's just going to elect to call. He is going to be, looks like he's going to be out of position on Rick as well. Doesn't that always happen?
Mandatory ace.
I was like, an ace is going to hit the. Rick does have backdoor flush. I mean, I guess.
Yes, he does have the backdoor spades. He sure does. And he's going to continue for 135 because he was the 3-better, and he can have all the good aces.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what Kevin's worried about, right? His ace is not that strong. He loses to 2 other hands there, but he's certainly not folding.
His backdoor is somewhat weaker. He does call. We'll see if Rick gets the message.
Kevin's playing this like he has a spade draw here.
8 of spades, the magic card.
That's actually a good, obviously it's a great card for Rick. It gives him some outs, but I would just like to see him check this.
And he does. I think he's just taking the aces out of his range, though, by doing that. 4 on the ends. It is 4 to a straight, but unlikely that either player has a 7 in the 3-bet pot. Kevin probably does have a few more 7s than Rick. Actually, I'm not sure Rick has any 7s.
I think Rick would be the one to have 7s. He's a very aggressive player.
You think so?
I mean, he could raise 7-8 suited.
You could.
But it doesn't matter now.
It is less common on the button.
Yeah.
In any case, Kevin's going to be the one making the bet here.
Yeah, the way Kevin played this, I think Rick has to call.
Goes 175.
Yeah.
Apologies for the graphical glitch. It's 175. And we're going to think this over. Like, did he really have the ace?
175 is the bet.
I don't know. There's a flush out there. There's 4 to a flush. 3 to a flush. There's 4 to a straight.
If he responds. Yeah. All right, did you send it already?
Kevin could definitely have the pocket 7s. He could have the ace-7 suiteds. And Rick lets it go. So Kevin going to take this one. I am curious how this goes if Rick would have kept betting.
Yeah, I
Kevin.
think on the turn it could have gone either way. Yeah, you're definitely right. His check there means he doesn't. His hand's not made
He's saying, I don't have an ace. I definitely don't have a flush. I really don't have an ace. And if he would have kept betting, I wonder if Kevin might have considered whether his pair is dominated.
Yeah.
Which ace-jack offsuit is a great way to flop a dominated top pair. And Kyle was predicting the fold, and that is what we got there. Chappie joining us in seat 9.
Okay.
Buying on the shorter end, but that's okay. You can leverage that short stack, make your opponents see 5 cards. Folds all the way to the button, just James. Just having ace-king. Ace at 30.
Is it 30? There was no straddle, huh?
Yeah, the
Oh,
10
there
was
is.
on. Johnny
So
put
he
the
makes
10
it
on.
small.
Johnny calling with an ace of his own. Heads up we go.
Johnny's going to need a lot of help here.
Six-three deuce. So both players with 2 overs.
I did not like James' check there. Now he has a chance to get bluffed out of here. Of course, now James probably thinks, well, I have ace high. I've got showdown value.
Yeah, I think nut no pair can call a bet if Johnny decides to bluff, which he doesn't. We just check it down. Ace king going to be better than ace 8. I might have considered betting river for some thin value if I'm C2.
Yeah, now James is not. He's not going for thin value. He's not. He's letting the table know he'll fold ace king.
You could like toss like 25 out there.
Yeah,
and-
just
because you also want to do that if you have like 10-9 that just missed everything, and like 10 high is not going to win its showdown.
yeah. The problem there is that there's no money in the pot. They didn't build the
Fine,
pot
there's,
up.
there's like
Yeah.
$60 in the pot.
Yeah,
though.
so
we can fight for those $60, or yeah, we can get called by ace high. Like, I'm betting the 25 with the ace king. Trying to get heroed by ace 8. And ace 8 saying, "I don't believe you."
No, I would
10
have.
high."
I would have. Yeah, that ace king I would have bet on the flop as well. Bertram, I've never played with him before. Chappie calls. I like Bertram's sizing though, 35.
Getting a couple takers. Uncle T with ace king.
Oh,
Probably
he's got
gonna
to
make
bump
it
it
more.
up. Yeah, he's got to make it high too. There's several players in his hand.
I'm thinking like 150,
Yeah,
160.
that would be a great sizing right there. Although it doesn't look like he's
115. I think that's going to be too
a
small. to
little
accomplish
light.
much. Like you're giving your opponents a pretty good price.
Bertrand, the original razor, is going to have to call.
That's
Chappie
what it
can get
is.
away with this. What do you think?
10-3 of
Doesn't look like it.
You know what? If you're going to put 35 in with 10-3 of diamonds, you're going to put 115
How come both of them
in.
have 10-3 of diamonds?
Well, they both have the 10 of diamonds because there's a scanner issue of some kind. So the
So
cards
Chappie
got
probably
crossed.
doesn't have that hand.
I believe the Jack 10 more than the 10-3.
Yeah, I do too.
I'm guessing Chappie probably has ace 3 of diamonds if I had to guess.
Something that connects a little bit better than that. The jack right in the window. Ace king goes down in flames. And that's probably what Uncle T did not want. He wanted to go heads up with somebody. He probably didn't want to go multi with this.
Which is why we got to go bigger. We check through. 7 on the turn. If it is Jack 10, that is a gut
gutter,
shot to go with the top pair. I'm guessing Bertram has the Jack 10. I'm guessing Chappie has, I think he has 3 of diamonds. I'm guessing it's ace 3 of diamonds. So like what probably happened was the card came up a bit short and Chappie's scanner scanned it, and then Bertram's scanner scanned it. The software is not quite that bright as to go and recheck what seat 9 actually has.
I think Uncle T can fold this, given that it's been multi-way here, and someone leads out.
You have,
But
you were 4 ways. Somebody has it. That's
Somebody
the rule.
has it,
Somebody
yeah.
has it.
the board the board was kind of connected anyway, but when Uncle T checks that, he basically is saying, I give up. I'm not calling anything that you bet.
Bertram shoving his remaining 290.
I wonder if Bertrand felt like he was behind in his hand. He didn't have. I just see his chip stack. It's not that much. His SPR was.
Yeah, I'm not sure why we're shoving as a bluff here. I think this has to be a value bet. And
Hey, bet half
Ace
the pot.
King, Ace King is beating busted clubs. There's not that many busted clubs that don't have a pair though.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, it just doesn't make.
Or a wheel for that matter. Like Ace 5 of clubs has a wheel. And he calls, and the Jack 10 is in fact what Bertram had. And
Yeah.
so
No,
Bertram gonna double up here.
2 players didn't have 10. There was a card error.
Yeah, that was a scanner error.
Can I get 2 ones, please? 288.
All right, so Bertram an early winner here. Bought in on the shorter side and then got the double.
I do like how he played it. He checked it because I think he was first to act, knowing that other players were behind him, and he could kind of tell what the action is going to look like, and everybody checked around. So if somebody had better than a jack on there, he would have found out quickly, but nobody did. I think that was the first mistake. I would like to see Ace King continue there, and I think he gets it through all the way. Well, probably not.
Uncle T dominating the non-WSOP bracelet game. Is there some reference I'm missing here?
It's either Kyle making fun of Uncle T. Oh, it's not.
Yeah,
The schedule came out for the WSOP, didn't
yeah,
it?
it came out a while ago.
Yeah.
One raise, 30.
I'm going to try again.
Yeah, hopefully you find your way out to the desert at some point this summer. Maybe find some success there. I'll be out there. Try and do the whole thing again. See if I can not get smacked around quite as much as last year.
Four players.
All right.
Ace 10-7 Rainbow. And that's what the graphics remind us who has what. Yeah, Rick with the top pair.
Keep it the third time.
But bottom 2 for Kevin.
Or just take the 5. One bet. 3, 4, 4, 4.
So makes it 80. Kevin, we'll see if he decides to go for the check raise here.
Yeah, I think he strings them along.
You don't block the top pair, which does make the check raise somewhat more viable as far as getting value. And you could also be repping 9-8, which is going to want to bluff here. And there is the check raise.
Goes for a small. Well, that's
we
good.
go up
That's
to
good size.
250. I think he's setting up a turn shove looking at Rick's remaining stack. If Rick calls here, it's going to be about pot behind. And then we shove turn.
Yeah, he'll have less than pot.
And
I
probably
like how Kevin is looking at this, right?
probably shoving any turn that's not an ace.
He goes
Or
all
Rick's
in.
just going to go ahead and shove and get snapped.
So we're looking for an ace or jack of some sort of running straight cards here
Or
for
a,
Rick.
or a
s-
running pair.
Or or a running pair, any pair, obviously.
Looks like twice as nice here.
So 6 ace or jack.
That won't do it. We'll try again.
There's
Full
a
house
boat.
for Kevin. And Kevin going to scoop Rick.
He got it done.
10s and 7s, 10s full of 7s. And Kevin getting it all here. And Kyle referencing Uncle T's bracelets. Okay, I get it now. I'm not looking at the players as closely. Like it doesn't click in my mind that somebody's wearing bracelets.
I think it's a watch, not a bracelet.
On his right wrist.
Well, I'm wearing those things.
Yeah, well,
Now I gotta take 'em
they
off.
Count as bracelets. I'm the only one with bare wrists here, apparently. And it looks like there is a reload coming here. This game is a match the stack. Once the first hand happens, you can match up to the biggest stack. Right now, that's Kevin. Got a little over 3,100 in front of him.
Yeah, nice little profit so far of over $1,000 for Kevin.
Still a lot of poker to play, obviously. Just 5 hands in. And we've seen a couple of all-ins already. So we're off to a busy start tonight.
Yeah, that last one with Rick, he jams over a 3-bet.
I'm not jamming over that.
Yeah,
check raise because
I
here's the
just-
thing. If you raise, what's going to happen? Is Kevin folding anything better than your ace? I don't think so.
No, that's what I'm saying. You could, if you just thought about it for a minute,
Yeah.
I think you can get away with it.
Yeah. Is Kevin calling with anything worse than your ace?
Yeah, like if
Definitely
you had
not.
ace 10, is he raising you, check raising you?
That too. Well, ace 10 would be top 2, so.
Oh,
that
that's
might
true,
check
yeah.
raise you.
Ace 9
Like
or-
ace 9, yeah. Ace 9 is probably not check raising. So I just don't think that 3-bet really accomplishes anything good.
Yeah, you can't put him on ace king or ace queen because he would have raised that pre. He just called. So he's got 2 pair or some low set.
Yeah, Like, I don't mind aggression. I just am more strategic with my aggression. Well, and then sets, 2 pairs, and draws of some kinds, like an open
Yeah.
ender.
You gotta have out. You
9-8,
gotta have some outs somewhere.
like if you have 9-8, you probably check raise and then go with it and target there. So king, jack 5, 2 diamonds on this flop. So Rick with the diamond draw and got it for Chappie.
Oddly, Barber's ahead here, right?
Pair of 4s. Makes it 60. Rick has the draw, so he is going to look for a diamond.
Got backdoor straighters too there.
Also
It's not a diamond. He's hoping for a 6 or a 9.
Instead, the jack pairs. What's the second flush draw on the board?
1 bet, 100.
And now Rick leading this turn. The middle card pairing being better for the flop caller, so you could actually lead here. Like, this is not a terrible lead at all.
Well,
And
he's got to start. Yeah, he's got to start ramping it up because he's no way he's going to win this hand. It looks like now, so he's trying to represent that strength.
it was either lead or check raise is also an option with the flush draw with no showdown value. And Barber going to release the 4s. In fact, Barber was in some jeopardy of getting counterfeit there. A king or a 5 on the river would have seen the 8-minute showdown. Of course, saying the 4s probably go for the bluff at that point. Like if the board double pairs.
That happened to me last month. I pocket jacks, and then of course it runs out queen, queen, king, king. And
3
he had
pairs
the
too
ace.
many.
He had the ace, so.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Straddle is on.
I expect it'll be on a lot tonight. I don't know if they've made it mandatory or not, but we see it a lot. Sometimes we see more than that. We see more than the 10.
Well, I see the double there too, yeah.
Sure, we'll get there. Just James with the 8-7 of diamonds.
Uncle T with the 1 gapper there. Wants to see a flop. Did someone, was there a king 9 of hearts?
That's right. Nobody wants to play king 9 suited.
I would play it. I would have played it for that raise.
Play it as a flat or as a squeeze.
Squeeze.
Would have had top pair with that king 9. Instead, king queen 4 is going to give Uncle T the combo draw.
Yeah, he's got a lot of this, right?
Just James making
Any
it
spade,
20.
any top.
Uncle T just calling. He has so much equity. And he has the best hand with jack high. And now
Did
he
he
has
just
a
hit it?
straight.
3 check, 2 check.
Oh, he's gonna play. Oh, I thought he was gonna play a koi.
Yeah, his bet gets the quick fold. Just James with just a bad gut shot on that turn. Actually, no, he didn't even have a gut shot. He just had nothing. Get some more chips in the well here real quick. Hope you're all having a good Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. Glad to have you with us and start of another great week here at Texas Card House. We've got our 2-5 matches stacked tonight. Tomorrow, I'm sure we got some kind of big game in Dallas. Thursday, we've got a very special game. We have an all bomb pot game from here in Austin. And I'll be with you in the booth on that one. And then we get into the weekend. They've got the tournament up in Dallas, the even bigger one. The final table will be next Monday back here on TCH Live. So lots of good poker. And we just had the main event in spring this past weekend. I gave it 4 tries.
4?
4.
I didn't play at all. I haven't played in, geez, a couple months myself.
Yeah. Hopefully get you back out there soon and enjoying this game. But glad you're enjoying it with us back here in the booth.
Yeah, just for everybody to know, I just got some health problems that I'm working through right now, but I think after April, everything's going to be great.
And we all hope so as well.
Oh,
As
did Rick squeeze that ace-5 suited?
Rick chose
just-
to defend and then bet this flop and get called by the gut shot there.
Yeah.
And Chappie with $100 behind. Rick is going to put him in for that, and Chappie going to fold what was the better hand. Had the better ace.
No, he has a 5. Rick
My
had a
mistake.
5.
My mistake.
I didn't mean to correct
Forgot
you.
all about the pair. Hey, I make lots of mistakes in here.
Well, I really believe Rick was trying to,
I don't
psychological there.
think he loved the 5.
He was just like, when he had that speech talk, he's like, hey, how much money do you have on you? Okay, well I'm all in. There's a lot of times that seat 9 is ahead there with his ace. Should have just called it and just 5 more later. But it's nice to see Rick drag a pot there.
And we look at these VPIFs. Sure, we'll get seat 6 in the game soon enough. Hasn't had any hands yet.
All right,
Maybe Kristen will give him a couple of 10s. How about that?
We just don't talk about the exit.
Kyle is saying somebody with a sweatshirt's going to win all the money because everybody's wearing it.
Yeah.
Well, no, we got a couple.
Style. So, so you're not putting your money on Chappie then? With,
He looks familiar too.
without the sleeves.
Uncle T wakes up with.
He's got queens and nobody has any hands, so he's just going to have to settle for the blinds.
Seems like a kind of a slow start for us today, but we've already seen it all in.
We've had 2 all-ins.
2 all-ins, yeah. It's on that pace, we should see 8 more all-ins. No, 7.5.
More than that. I mean,
I'm way off.
yeah, so that would
12.
be like 4 all-ins an hour.
Yeah.
So 3.5 hours left. That would be another 14 all-ins.
That's actually a pretty decent
That'd be a
stream.
lot of all-ins.
Yeah, that's a good stream. And we got
Well, I
Barber.
mean, well, like 3 all-ins if we count the one that Rick got through just a moment ago.
Technically, yeah.
So that could actually be like 21 more all-ins or something. I don't know.
That should be part of the stats.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure we'll get the team at RF Poker on that right away.
I think that's our most popular starting hand, the 8-7 of diamonds.
Hey, that's the best hand for cracking aces.
I love that hand.
Barber with the king-queen suited is going to have plenty to take a flop with. And he's going to get rewarded. He's got the king right there. King and an ace and a deuce.
8-7 really has no backdoor help, no nothing.
Yeah, he's got no pair, no draw, no hope. Serious bummer here. Bertram continuing for $25. Barber just calling with middle pair. And that's 2 pair, but a 3rd heart. So good news, bad news for Barber. Little does he know, Bertram has 0 hope at all. Barber leading, though. 55 for
Yeah,
Barber.
so if Bertram was just c-betting the flop there or whatever, I don't like Barber's bet there. He's just gonna get all bluffs to fold.
Exactly. What does this accomplish?
Yeah, I mean, well, he has a weak ace. He calls you with.
Yeah.
No, probably not. Just keep those bluffs in there. I think maybe Barber was protecting the flush coming out, but if he had a flush, he would have called that anyway. So maybe he was trying to.
Yeah. Unless he thinks that Bertram could have some backdoor and he doesn't want to give the backdoor free river. But that's kind of reaching.
Probably the only time I laughed in an interview, like just laughed at the person out loud without any photos. They told me what they wanted to move to Anaheim. So they told me what the route was. And I
So I think we're already half an hour in. Be sure to hit that like button if you haven't done so already. If you're enjoying this, let us know that you're enjoying this. So many poker options out there. Glad you're giving TCH Live a view. See over 100 of you here. And Just James with 10s putting in the 3-bet over Rick.
That's actually a really good sizing there.
100's a great size for sure. Barber gonna
Make kind of a
4-bet with the King-9 offsuit. He's gonna 4-bet it. He makes it 250. And Chappie gonna say, let's run it with his Jack-8 of clubs. Gonna try and triple up here.
James, I mean, he's probably thinking a 4-bet. Like what? Like
It's a
what
pretty
4-bet
small
do I
one.
beat? I think it's the same question there. What 4-bet do I beat?
He's gonna call. He's gonna try and hit a 10, I think.
Ace King with a 4-bet. Probably specifically looking at those cards coming out. And of course, Chappie's just looking for I have some connecting. Just give me a 9-10.
Too bad all the middle cards are spoken for.
I know. It's like what's he? You know, it's so funny because if he just hits a jack, he wins, right? He jumps ahead.
Well, there's a
There's
jack.
a queen. Does he know
That's
he
a
had a queen? Right?
as well. That it's gonna give King-9 the gut shot.
And that's right. We have Chappie all in anyway, so he's not going anywhere.
And Just James is surely annoyed at this flop. Check, check. Another 4. So Just James ahead for the side pot right now.
Yeah, and it does no good for Barber to bet here.
Well, he is going to bet. He's going to potentially take the side pot. He does.
Okay.
So Just James folds. Barber wins the side pot. About 100, about 300 in there, I think. And Chappie going to triple up as his jack holds, and there we go. Barber took the side pot. Chappie going to take the main pot, and
No.
wait a second.
Yeah, he had a queen.
Okay, the scanner got confused. Barber had 2 kings according to this. Okay.
He just said he had queen jack. Maybe I missed.
That makes even less sense.
Yeah, it does too.
Okay, so whatever happened, the hand got misread, and Barber won everything.
Yeah. What's going on in your world?
What's going on? You know, just keeping busy. Like I said, I'd fired at Spring this past weekend, and you know, ran kind of.
Put a lot of miles
rough
on that
there.
car for poker, huh? You got to
Yeah.
write those off, by the way.
What's that?
You can write those off.
If I'm a professional gambler, I can, but I'm not. I'm a professional something else.
Well, I wrote everything off the last couple of years.
Ah, the retired life.
Yeah, you'd be surprised that. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
You'd be
I don't think you can make the IRS believe that this is how I put food on the table.
Well, if you file 1099, you just have to pay 15% of your winnings, but then you get to write off your hotel, food.
Yeah. So, hey, if I'm ever a full-time poker player, I'll totally do those things. Bertram raising here with the Queen-9, the computer hands. Or not the computer hand, but the 15% hands. I mean, 7's the computer hand. It's like dead center.
Dead center.
As far as ranges go. And Raisin took it. Yeah, so Spring was the latest poker misadventure. And Yeah, but that's how tournaments do you sometimes. Like, you get in with Ace King and you get action from Jack 3, and they win, and that happens, and then you lose a flip, and then you lose a flip, and then you lose another flip, and you're driving home. That's how it goes.
That's why I don't want to drive far from poker.
Yeah, there
That
you
drive
go.
home sucks.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot more fun when you've got a nice big fat check in your wallet. Can't always go that way, though. And so that, and
I got Uncle T's been quiet. He's just going to call the raise with some broadways. And Johnny Vibes with the king. Definitely going to raise. He did raise it up, of course. Very small raise, considering the players behind him. But he's going to get it through.
both on the lighter side.
Yeah, I mean, if Uncle T's going to call there, he could have called the 90. I mean, he was dominated. His instincts are much better than mine. I just hate folding after I call someone else's bet.
Time for bot pot. We do them roughly every half hour. And I made a couple of appearances on this stream last week. Pretty good ones.
Yeah.
And yeah, randomly showing up in other poker content every now and then.
Yeah, you hate that? I'm. I mean, I don't play streams anymore. I used to play a lot of streams, and if we play against vloggers, they tend to put it in there as well.
Hey, it's kind of what you're signing up for, though.
Yeah.
Like, you never know what random vlog I'll show up in. Whether it's a 5-second photo bomb or like actual hands or something.
Yeah, some poker player with the YouTube channel watch the live stream and then would say, I was on it, like when we used to have the 510 here, and they were going over my hand, and the title of that was What Not to Do with a combo draw.
Oh, man.
Apparently I played it poorly. I lost it. So apparently I...
Well, results oriented, it was poorly played, right?
Do you know who got me?
Who?
Big Daddy Chaz with the 3-4.
Oh, my. That
Ace,
sounds about right.
I had pocket aces, and it was ace. He flopped a straight ace 2-5 rainbow.
None of these players with a jack somehow. Kevin and Bertram both have an ace, and they're all accounted for. Okay, Rick with the jack. There we go. Rick with trip jacks, not great ones, and he does have bottom two. He bet the 65.
He probably likes the fact that aces are on both boards there. That really helps him.
And he's got a piece of both boards. Uncle T with the other jack making the
Oh,
call.
wow. Okay.
He's got the other jack, but that's all he's got. He just has back doors on the other board. Kevin also calling ace 6, 5, 3, so an ace and an ace. A
Boom,
4 and
there
a
it is.
3.
Now he's got...
So
Boom.
Uncle T turns the wheel on the bottom. And also the boat up top. So Uncle T looking like he could scoop here.
I wouldn't bet pot here.
Yeah, there are in fact sizes other than pot that you can use. I probably
Yeah,
call that 2/3. But it's so much more fun to say pot, which is what he's done.
Well, he's going multi-way. He's hoping somebody else says something.
He wants to get action from the other jack. He's only getting scooped by the 2 remaining aces and by ace jack, and there's only 1 jack left. Kevin calling.
Kevin has some gutters there, right? He doesn't have a 4, so...
Unfortunately, his gutter's dead. He's got a gutter on the bottom.
yeah.
Yeah, it does have diamonds on the bottom. I'm not sure why the graphics say 0%. Maybe all the diamonds are taken and it's counting those.
And Rick does
So he
have...
does have diamonds.
He does have 2 pair on one board, and nice fold there.
Yeah, that's all he has.
He had a jack, but
Yeah. Oh, not a good jack, though.
not a good jack. No.
So the river's heads up, and wheel remains the nuts on the bottom. So Uncle T gonna scoop here. Jack's full of 4s, and
I don't think he'll get paid here. He'll bet something. but it's going to be a fold, especially from
fact-
Uncle T, right?
Yeah. In fact, Uncle T has an 8-card straight, so I think he should actually get more. He should get more than a scoop. What do you think?
I do. As long as it comes out of the house money.
Yeah. Ace to 8, he has every single 8 or better low. He has all of them. He has all the lows.
I think Kevin's just Hollywooding
He's
here a
got a
little
fold
bit.
there, yeah.
All right, so Sergio's here. He's saying, how come Anna isn't dealing?
Because she isn't.
I don't know. who that
I
is.
have no idea. Anna's one of the dealers here.
Well, I figured that much. Thank you.
Yeah. Why isn't she dealing? I have no idea how they pick the dealers. But we on these Monday shows, we tend to have 2 dealers. Each of them does 2 hours. We got Kristen out there right now, and she makes these lineups. She's the one to get a hold of if you're interested in playing on a future edition of TCH Live Austin. And yeah, so she deals, and then we'll have someone else dealing the second half. I have no idea whom. Yeah, so sorry I can't help you, Sergio. Back to Hold'em. Anna just dealt to me yesterday.
Oh, you played her yesterday?
I was here for a bit. There was a poker content creator, Tyler Nels, who was in town, made a last-minute decision to come here instead of some other place. Great decision, by the way. TCH Austin, love this place. So hopped in a 1-2 game with him. It was a fun crowd that he brought with him, and yeah, Anna was in the box at one point.
Okay.
One of our great dealers here.
Well, like on paper,
It's nice for nice in Texas. Like, we get dealers from all over. Like, we get good dealers in these Texas rooms.
Yeah, great
Like,
dealers.
I think we've started to get a reputation that maybe these are better gigs. I've never dealt. Believe me, you don't want me dealing. So I don't quite know the ins and outs, but that's just what I've heard. Like, I know a lot of people who have come to Texas and they've gone someplace or another in Texas, and they were other places. And Jersey, Anna, okay, you know more than I do.
There's a pump fake, James.
Ooh, four. All right, 4 deuce suited.
I'd love to hear about additional Northeastern representation around here.
Northeastern?
Yes, Northeastern. Nicholas finally gets to play a hand. He's got 8s. He's going to raise them. Rick is 2 to a steel wheel.
I love that hand. 3-4, 4-5. I don't know. 2-4 is a little low, but
It's ambitious.
I see an ace. Oh,
I see another ace. So 3 aces for Bertram.
6 check. 8 check.
Going to check through here.
One bet. 65.
65 from Rick with the alleged 4 high. You never know if there's a scanner error around here. Bertram is calling, so I am inclined to believe that he has trips, and they're not great trips.
well, that actually helps
turn.
Rick a little bit there, right?
He has a gut shot.
Yeah, he does have a gut shot.
It's a lot of spades. He's going to keep up the story. He's going to make it 100. Annoying for Bertram that the front door flush came in. But hey, we still got trips. And there's even a small chance the kicker plays. Never mind.
No spade, but for the players, but
4 spades is a lot of spades. We'll see if Rick is going to say, I have a spade in my hands.
yeah, I think Rick can take this down by like a 350 bet. He can't make it small. He can't make it 125.
Yeah, you got to go bigger here. Like if we think that we're gonna maybe get an ace to folds, which I think he went 190, which is a little less than half. Maybe
Yeah,
he's trying to make it
mean,
look like he's milking an ace. Bertram doesn't beat much here. He even loses to most aces.
He's thinking about it.
He is. Flicks it in. Good call.
Showdown.
Now, he didn't have to show his cards if Rick didn't, right?
If Rick would have mucked his
Yeah, I'm
hands,
trying to
then
think.
yeah.
Yeah.
If Rick mucks his hand, then his hand's dead, and then Bertram's the only one with the 5 hands, and he would win that way. But I do believe
we have a comment here from Aaron. The first company who figures out how to not have the shuffle machine not mess with our RFID will make a fortune. Are you saying you
that's
want a shuffle machine on the street?
So that's, yeah, I think that's what he's getting at.
Yeah.
So here's the thing, like I'm not sure you'd make a fortune that way because I don't think you have a very big market for shuffle machines that don't mangle RFID cards because there aren't that many places that use RFID cards, right? Only live streams, and how many of those are there? Right?
I mean, yeah. I mean,
There's like maybe a couple dozen. And the other thing is, we don't have shuffle machines anyway.
Yeah.
Like on our main floor, we don't have shuffle machines. Our dealers, who are good at what they do, they shuffle the cards by hand. And that's how our cards get shuffled.
I remember when I first got here, I remember asking about shufflers. And apparently, it is way too expensive.
They are expensive, and
their maintenance on them.
that's the other thing. Like
they break down
like
all
they
the
jam
time.
half the time. Like they ends up not being worth it half the time. The thing just red lights every other hand. So yeah, no shufflers around here. I don't know if there's anyone in Texas using them.
No, yeah, I've never seen that.
Like
Rick?
I've heard on the Twitters that the company that makes the ones that they use in the casinos, they don't sell outside of casinos anyway, which is also a problem.
Then they find out how much house they can get.
Well,
Except we go.
I heard something like that where they didn't want anybody to have them at their home to figure it out. how it works.
Nothing like security by obscurity.
I know. I'm just like, all right, it doesn't make. It doesn't.
As a techie, I mean that completely sarcastically. Security by obscurity is not security. Just
And
saying.
Rick's gonna take that. People just folding all the time here.
Yeah. And security by obscurity being, well, we're going to be secure by just making sure they never get to look at our hardware. And that's our security mechanism. That's...
We are.
Michael, I dispute what you say there. Anyone who takes 20 minutes to make a decision is not the greatest player ever. Just saying. Which, by the way, that would never happen here. You'd get about maybe 5 minutes and production would call clock on you. Because our delay is not 20 minutes. So, yeah. To keep the stream from catching up to the current hands, production would call clock if it got to that point. And that's only happened once that I know of in the 4 years I've been doing this. So
Yeah. I have never seen that. You have Leaf in the chat.
Arena with some good advice. Hit the like button.
I was the first one to hit it today. So yay
And,
me.
I did it as well. I've pressed that like button. Takes 2 seconds. Helps the channel. A742 clubs is going to help Rick in the form of an open-ended straight draw.
Okay, yeah, I know where that's at.
Going to call Kevin's bet. Third
So-
club on the turn.
Clubs got there. Kevin with the nut club draw.
See what Kevin does here. Like, does he think he should be betting here?
Well, if
Like,
he
he
wants
never has
his,
to fold.
if He wants his bet on the river to look
65.
Rick's in a tough spot here. He's got one card left. He's got an open ender, but the clubs are there. He could be really just drawing dead.
Yeah.
And
He does make the call, and only 6 of his outs are trustworthy. The non-club 8 or 3, those are the only trustworthy outs, and it's going to be a deuce of diamonds, so it won't matter anyway. Rick with a nut low, or the second nut low here.
and we can see that Rick is just giving up here, unless he has some sort of check raise in his pocket. Because Kevin's probably thinking, I don't have anything. I'm not going to win this unless I bet. There's already almost $300 in the pot.
Yep.
This is Texas. You got to make it a pot-sized bet. I mean, any bet he makes, Rick's not calling. We know that. He doesn't know that, though. So he goes over. He's going to make, he's going to make a bad ace or something.
And there's the fold. Imagine it goes check, check. He just wins with queen high, though. Then he really feels silly not bluffing the 6 at any point. Anthony's saying Nicholas from Minnesota. Okay. Did not know that.
So Nicholas, who's Nicholas?
Seat 6. And you wouldn't know him if he's only played like one hand so far.
Oh, I didn't see him get in there. What happened to, has he been there the whole time?
Yes.
That's just the worst thing you could say about
Oh my God! It's like me. Like usually, I'm the guy who doesn't exist. You wouldn't believe how many people behind me act out of turn like I'm not there. And it's like Nicholas is getting the Waddy treatment. Yeah, that happens to me everywhere. Yeah. Mel reminds me that I basically just don't exist sometimes, and so Uncle T raised it up with the king queen, made it 30, and he's getting very little respect here. He's getting very little respect. He's got 3 claws, just James. If he's going to play this, there we go, the 3 bet.
Wow, all these hands are connected to each other. This could be a fun draw. This could be a fun flop if we see something like a couple of face cards. Yeah, I mean, just make it. I don't want to see an ace because that's only one person's got an ace, but king, queen would be a great flop.
Gets out of
queen, king, jack, queen, king, 9.
And 160 big enough that some of the more marginal stuff can actually fold. Kevin not going to fold. Chappie not going to fold. Queen Jack offsuit. He's got most of his stack in there.
Yeah, he should either go all in. And I don't mind. I don't mind that play. I can see what Chappie's kind of philosophy is. He wants to see flops and turns. He's done that a few times.
We're just going to set line with these 9s. 670 in the middle as we go 4 ways to a flop.
Rick should have just jammed there.
Jack 7-4 rainbow, which I believe is going to give Chappie the best hands with a pair of jacks.
That was an uneventful flop.
Well, I mean, half the Broadway cards are out there.
Ooh.
There's the queen. I think that's 2 pair now for Chappie.
But that gives no one else with the queen.
And Kevin's got the open ender. Just James with the cutter. Chappie puts his remaining 115 in. Rick's got 3rd pair. As enticing as those pot odds look, the 9.
Kevin's got a straight. No, he doesn't.
No,
I'm
he
sorry.
doesn't. He's got
I
no
thought there was a 9.
Just James flicked in the 115. He's got the over and the gutter.
Yeah, that's a very ambitious, especially.
I think he's just hoping Kevin has nothing.
Especially with Kevin behind him.
If Kevin has nothing, his odds are actually not that bad. His immediate odds, if Kevin weren't there, they're actually okay.
Yeah.
Because we know the king is good, and every now and then the ace will be good for him. It's not this time. Kevin's going to call with his open ender. So just over $1,000 in the main pot. Heads up on the side. Just James looking for a king to take it all. Does not get it. Gets a 10. And he and Kevin both make a pair of 10s. Check, check. And there's no side pot, so Chappie going to take it all with the queens and jacks. Anthony agreeing with me that Nicholas is the silent threat. There we go. Yeah, sometimes people just forget you're there, and then you shove on them. They forget you're there until you 3-bet them, until you 4-bet them. I had to lay down the law on Thursday with the 4-bet. So say, I got king queen offsuit. Screw you.
Yeah,
$400.
We got to see if we can get Nicholas in the game here. I don't know if he's ever. I don't know if he.
Well, if
he's
he's
from
from Minnesota, he's probably
not
new to the
played
show.
Texas poker really.
But you know what? We get people who are new around here every now and then. We get them from out of town coming down here to check out the great poker in Texas. And some people watch the show and say, "I want to be on the show," and then they get a hold of Kristen, and then they come down here and they play on the show.
And you got Rick here. He likes to see a lot of pots too. He always doesn't mind limping in with some marginal holdings there. And we got Barbara here.
Barbara with the ace going to try and clean out the riff-raff. He's going to get half the job done. Just James going to come along with the jack 8. King Queen 8 is going to pair that jack 8, the bottom pair.
Not the flop he was really looking for.
Barbara continues for 40.
Yeah, just James. I mean, he doesn't beat. I mean, that king queen really fits into his opponent's range right there pre-flop.
Yeah.
So
Barbara could have it, but he could also just have ace rag. As we see the front door spades appear. Nobody's got a spade, though. Does Barbara keep telling the story? He does not. Another bet might have got it done, and now we have another spade as the queen pairs on the end. So good news, bad news for Just James. Fewer queens available for Barbara, but does lose to any random spade. I don't know that anyone's going to stab at this. Just James chooses to check. Barbara just ace high. Got called once.
he's got to think it's no good. Although ace high sometimes has some showdown value, but
Like, what chance does a bluff have? He decides no chance. Check, check. And Just James, with the 8 that got stubborn on the flop, is going to take this one down.
Thank you very much.
Gonna look at these big winners. Bertram, Chappie, and Kevin, all big winners so far. Chappie bought in for just like $300, and look at him now. He's got $1,000.
The best ROI.
Didn't even have to, reload or anything. And he's just won. I know. I think there might have been one reload. And we have that one hand that got misread. He's king.
Seen a few ace kings here.
So Nicholas getting in the game.
Let's go, Nick.
35.
You got some
And,
fans on here.
Yeah, he's got a 10-8 suited giving him action. I think another 10-8 suited is going to be giving him action here.
I feel like 10-8 student always hits their straights.
Feels like it sometimes.
I was like, yeah.
Uncle T with the baby ace. Gonna defend that straddle. You can talk yourself into a lot of loose defense.
Well, yeah, I mean, you got to hit that. You got to hit it hard because your ace is probably shared and beaten. All
We need
clubs.
7
Who's got the
all
ace of clubs? I
clubs.
forgot.
I think it might have been
I thought it
nobody
was
at all.
Uncle T, but he's the only one with a club.
And not a huge flop for anybody. Kevin and Rick both have a pair of 8s. Kevin going to be the one betting when check 2. And this will probably just work.
Yeah, it was kind of lucky that obviously no one had anything. That plays a part of that.
So he bet 50 into a pot that was 150. It doesn't have to work that often.
I think he was really trying to set it up because he was going to come with a bluff on the turn.
I think so
Yeah,
as well.
just- He can't think his 8 was good, but it was.
I don't think he thought it was good either. But the beauty of like 50 into a third pot, it doesn't have to work that often at all to immediately be profitable. It has to be like
And it
a
gives,
quarter of the time,
yeah,
I think, for it to be immediately profitable.
it gives you a lot of information too.
Yeah.
Um,
If you're going to, oh, I just lost my train of thought. Like if you think you can get that through a quarter of the time, go for it.
Yeah,
Like, it literally had to work a quarter of the time for it to be a profitable bluff immediately. Forget what happens on the turn. So, I love it. Beautiful. Well done, Kevin. That's like pot odds are a thing. Yeah.
I generally only try to buy like the yellow tag time deals, but like something that be really good value.
But yeah, I would have loved to see what happened on the turn if he would have kept firing. How big do you think he would have gone?
he would have gone big because with one card left, his hand's not made yet. He does have some outs. In his mind, I think he would go full pot.
25 from Bertram. Gets a call and a check. It looks like Nicholas put the 25 on in the double straddle. I love it. Getting involved here.
All
He gets
hard.
a 9. He's got a 9. He's got a pair, which is not as good as Bertram's pair. There's the 50.
Yeah.
40 actually. So 40 gets called by Nicholas. 7 diamonds on the turn. There's 2 flush draws available, but everybody has black cards. Over to Bertram. 150.
Yeah, and Bertram's going to continue to bet here because his opponent most likely is on a draw, especially that flush draw, the front door one. It's just going to make him pay for it. But that's not what he had. He just had bottom pair on the flop there. He's going to take that one down.
Bertram getting it done there. All right, on to the next hand.
All right, here we go. Let's nudge Kevin for that double straddle. Or, no, he's not going to do it. Shame on him. On to our 23rd hand here. Kevin suited broadways. It's definitely going to come in for a raise. 35 has been kind of the standard over a straddle here, so 3.5x the straddle. Chappie with queens. He's going to have to raise this up. He 3-bets to 125. Given his position, I'd like to see a bigger raise from Chappie because it's very enticing for people to call, knowing that Kevin is also more likely to call as well. Barber, this is a tough one, right? You only have 2 cards that you want to see improve you.
You have decent odds to set mine. The concern is whether Kevin is going to put in a 4-bet.
Yeah, that's another one.
Then you have to fold. If Kevin's not there, or if you know Kevin's not going to 4-bet unless he's got aces, then you could set mine with the 4s.
Well, we're going to go heads up here. Queens versus king, queen suited. I think the spades take this. Maybe not.
Gutter for the king, queen.
Yeah, he's going to need, obviously, a jack here. Or king. Picked up some additional outs anyway.
I don't know that we get that far, though. Chappie
Yeah,
bets
I wouldn't call,
and
yeah.
Kevin sticks it in the muck. You know what? 4s decided not to set mine, but I think 5s might have decided to. You know why that is?
What?
Because our quads of the day today, quad 5s, $2,200 for quad 5s.
Oh.
So get pocket 5s in your hand and make quads in Hold'em. Or you play PLO or PLO bomb pot and you get dealt quad 5s in your hands. You
Yeah,
get dealt
yeah.
4 5s in your hands. You get $2,200. All the rules on that at TexasCardHouse.com. I had to work the promo in.
I like how you did that.
Chappie going from one premium to another. Ace King this time. Which
He doesn't
wins.
raise.
Barber raising the 10-9 off. Maybe we go the limp re-raise route.
I don't think he can right now. If there are more people that called, I could see a check
Goes
raise,
the fall
but
route. Heads up we go.
Yeah, they probably do some transfers.
They both miss on 6-5 deuce rainbow. We're continuing for 25. Chappie calling
yeah,
with the
we're gonna see Barber C-bet really small. You guys gonna get a call.
6 pairs.
Yeah, like if they give out free samples and stuff, that kind of fun box.
They had a friend that did that when she retired. She was the
75. See if he can. He's cutting out his chips. He's going for the raise. I was wondering if those were raising chips. He's just not believing Barber. He's going to make it 175, and Barber with 10-9 off has to fold.
Yeah,
because
he has no nothing, no draws, no nothing
he's been caught with his hand in the cookie jar.
in the Chappie jar.
Yes, the Chappie jar. I like that. I like that. Good job. Good job. Good pun.
That was terrible. That's a dad joke. All right. Chappie's dragged a few pots here.
He's having a good
I
night.
know he got felted earlier, but
He's had a nice little spin up. So, what do you think about your new Eagles quarterback?
I don't know. I heard the comments that I guess Kenny Pickett wasn't taking it too well.
That he didn't want to lose the starting job to Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
Well, now you get to sit behind
Well, he
Jalen
won't.
Hurts.
He won't lose the job.
Good
to
job.
Russell. But I think they didn't give him enough time. It's hard, right? I remember back in the day when someone drafted a quarterback, they didn't play for 2 or 3 years.
These days, you take someone in the first round, you expect
You have to
them be
play
ready
them.
to
You
go.
have to, right? Because football's played differently with the caps.
Yeah, unless
So-
you're Green Bay. Then you sit behind the guy for like 3 years or something.
Twice. It happened twice.
Yeah. Barber
So,
with
I
the
mean,
cutter.
We have a backup quarterback called Tanner McGee that I really liked,
Yeah.
but they just, Anyway, so he'll be backup.
Surprised that Just James made the call there with the 4-3. Maybe he wanted to see if the back doors would open up at all. Barber turning the jack. Gets the fold this time. Yeah, that was a surprising headline when I saw that he got moved. But apparently he was demanding a trade after Wilson signed.
Yeah, well, he wanted to go to a place where he can compete for the job.
And that's
not-
definitely Philly, right?
I mean, whether Hurts is good or not, he's going to be a starter.
yeah, Hurts is the starter.
Yeah, that's it.
There's no question.
He should have went to I don't even know. Denver. Denver.
I mean,
Yeah.
let's face it, they're going to win 3 games next year.
I don't-
That might be the plan. Maybe they're going to tank. But I
Yeah,
can't say that
Who's
loud.
starting Stidham?
I don't know. I mean, Stidham is presumably he's the top dog at the moment. Maybe they just
Yeah.
roll with Stidham and take their lumps, and then Peyton gets the draft whoever he likes next year. Which I'm sure he'll get wrong.
Well, in the second round, they can get Michael Penix, Bo Nix.
You think he falls to the second round?
I think one of them does, yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. It'll be an interesting choice there.
We got Rick and James here in a battle between 1C, 2C. Fair fight. Neither one of them wanted to see an ace.
No.
Rick shouldn't be that scared of it.
He is going to call once. Just James with the back doors. And now it's second pair as the king shows up on the turn. Does he bet again? He does not.
Now that he has showdown value, he's like,
Jack on the river. Backdoor spades come in.
I don't want to see Rick bet here.
But he does. He makes it 125.
Yeah,
he
he
goes
does.
just the third pot. I think second pair's got a call here.
Yeah, it's a call because an ace would have bet that on the turn, right? Would have bet his ace.
Well, Just James had the pre-flop betting lead. He bet flop. So
I always look
don't
at
know
that
that Rick would
as
be leading turn.
I always look at that as, yeah, the flop, c-bet, but everything goes on the turn for
I'm
me.
probably not leading that turn if I have an ace. And I check call flop. I'm not leading turn.
I think I would. Depends on the ace, though, I guess. A big ace, yeah, but the big aces give you two pair.
Just James calls. And he gets the good news.
And Rick is saying, you called the flop. You called the key.
Yeah, well, James was the better on the flop. He wasn't the one calling. Rick was the one who called.
Oh,
with
Rick,
the nines,
okay.
yeah. James raised, Rick called, and then, well, James 3-bet, I should say. He 3-bet over Rick. And then bet the ace high board as he should as the 3-better.
Ooh, we're on to a bomb pot here.
We are over an hour in now. See the winnings so far. Long way to go here. TCH Live from Austin this evening. William Lottie and Dante with you.
Yeah.
Mel pressing the buttons. Kristen in the box. Over 100 of you watching across our various platforms. Great to have you here. Press the like button if you haven't done so already. Hit subscribe, hit follow, hit whatever buttons there are on your particular platform that say that you enjoy this and you'd like to see more of it.
So we got some hearts there. We have 7, 9, 4, 7 for straight on the bottom. Let's see who has those holdings. We also have clubs on the bottom as well.
Chappie with ace deuce, ace jack deuce, and the clubs on the bottom. Scoopability as we check through. I think somebody just made a set of threes, if I'm not mistaken. Kevin made a set of threes on the bottom.
That board is really wet, though.
It is. Chappie
with the
50.
nut clubs, as you were saying earlier.
He's got the scoopability. He's got the clubs. He's got the 2-pair. He's got 3-pair, actually. Looks like Barber's coming along. He's got
Queen 10.
not a lot.
Yeah.
That's a pretty thin call. Jack 10, 6-4. Johnny's got a bunch. He's got 2-pair, middle 2-pair, and he's got a bunch of draws on the bottom. He's got 2 flush draws, and I believe he's got a straight draw. Bertram called as well, and that probably made some kind of straight. The 9 on the ends.
I mean, you need a 7. Barber's got 2
Barber's
7s.
got 10-7 for a straight on the bottom. I'm not sure why these graphics are not showing the split correctly. Chappie on the top with the aces and jacks, I think, is the best hand here. I think it's aces and jacks, and then the straight to the 10 for Barber, who is going to bet here. Goes full pot. This could get somebody off a chop. This could also get you quartered by another 10-7. The good news is Barber does have a bonus 7. So there are fewer 10-7s out there. Over to Bertram, who has 2 pair, and he has a weaker straight. He has a straight to the 6, and he has bottom 2 pair, which is a weak 2 pair. Well, 3rd and 5th pair, essentially bottom 2. We want to be technical. I'm probably just folding this. So this is a couple of non-nut hands, like far from nut hands, and he makes the fold. Chappie had so much potential on the flops. So much potential. I think this is a card funeral, though. As it should be. Look at the ace and the jack, which is music to Barber's ears. Because that was the better hand on the top. Barber going to take all of it with that bet.
I actually didn't think it would work, but
Like if you're going to call a 2 pair for half the pot, right, it's top 2, and that board doesn't have any straights on it.
you mean the top board?
Yeah, the top board. Yeah, there were no like the nuts there would have been like a set of aces, I think.
Yeah, these bomb pops, it's really tough to figure out where you're ahead.
Yeah, but there's always the possibility of a random set somewhere.
Yeah.
And the whole sitting in the office smoking and having a bar in your office, that was when you're that bummed into a show, it's hard to come up with a good finale. People that hated the Chiefs to the point now, but I watched it all in 1 year.
All right, just James going to make it 30 here, and Barber with the Queen 9 suited just lets it go. Early position, understandable. Aces for Johnny Vibes. Aces making an appearance. Aces making the 3-bet to $90. Back to just James with just 4s. And good odds to set mine, though. Makes the call. Perfectly good implied odds to hit a set here. And if he hits a set, Johnny's got aces. There's a good chance he's going to get a chunk of money here. Almost $200 in the middle as we go heads up to the flop. Queen 9-5, rainbow, no set for James. Probably going to be a check fold here as we go to Johnny Vibes. 60. The bet from Johnny. James making the call. Not a believer yet. Jack on the turn. Straightens this board out some. Checks back to Johnny, who checks back. Perhaps a little concerned. That does make some 2 pairs. Now that puts 4 to a straight. King on the end. Does James decide to bluff this here? Does he decide to say, I have a 10? This is either bluff or give up. He's going to give up. Check, check, aces for Johnny Vibes. Not quite the run out he was hoping for. Was only able to get 1 additional street after the 3-bet, but I'm sure he'll take it. As we go on here, I'll be taking you solo the rest of the way. Dante not quite feeling well, so he stepped out. Hope he's feeling better soon, and I'll take you the rest of the way. So, 2-5. Is the 10 mandatory tonight? It becomes mandatory. Okay, yeah, thank you. That is a mandatory 10. I'm getting confirmation. So we should be seeing that the rest of the way. Maybe we'll see more. We've seen a 25 get put on already. Johnny Vibes with back-to-back premiums this time. He gets ace-king. Chappie with tens. Here we go. Calls out of the small blinds. James getting in there with the king deuce. Rick's in there as well with the ace five. 4 ways we go. 6-3 deuce rainbow, just as we were all hoping. James actually does make a pair of deuces and Rick a gutter. Chappie with the overpair. Gonna lead. Makes it 80. Rick's gone. James is gone. Just has to get past Johnny the pre-flop raiser, who makes the call with a nut no pair. So the turn we go. 9 of clubs, tens, still an overpair. Another bet may do it. 125. Pretty small. And gets it done this time. Chappie taking another one. Chappie having a decent night for himself. Love to see a nice spin up every now and then. And we're getting one here. Uncle T opening this time. Bertram in the cutoff.
8 race. 120. 120 is a bet.
So the 320, the 120 for the 3-bet gets called by Rick. Uncle T also calling. They both have the ace-10.
3 players.
Open enter for ace-5.
4 check.
The ace-10's both whiffing here.
8 bet. 175.
Bertram continuing half pot. And that gets the job done. On to the next hands we go. This is an auto post game. That's why you see the money getting posted out of just James's seat. Whether you're at the table or not, we put your blind in on the stream game. Get some cards dealt out here, and if you guys are wondering anything about Texas Poker or TCH, feel free to drop a question in the chat. Happy to talk Texas Poker with you.
5 raise 35. 6 fold. 7 call. 8 fold. 9 fold. 1 fold.
Jack 7 going to be a bit light there. Uncle T in the straddle. A hand that's pretty easily dominated by an under the gun open.
4 raise.
Goes for the 3-bet. You know what? If I'm going to play the ace-9 off here, I really like the 3-bet better than the call. I do think bigger might have been better. You didn't lose the ace-10, and so you're not going to lose the ace-6 either.
Three players.
A 10 and another 10, so you're never losing the ace-10 now. Backdoor clubs to boot. I think Uncle T is just waving the white flag now. Checks to Johnny, who will, of course, bet the trips. Would love to get value out of one of the draws that's available. He does block the nut club draw, but there are other club draws. You could have King Jack. You could have King 9, Jack 9, Jack 8, 9 8.
7 bigs, 225.
Kevin going for the very bold raise to 225. Unlikely to succeed here. And Johnny makes the call. Never mind what the graphics say. I have no idea what the turn is, but unless it was an ace, Kevin's going to be drawing dead. 4 of hearts. Johnny checks to Kevin again. Kevin checking. Looks like he's giving up. King on the ends. Trip 10s. Still good. See how big Johnny goes. He's going to check, try to induce another bluff. All the draws missed. Thinking his best chance is probably to get a bluff out of one of those busted draws. But he won't check. Johnny gonna have to sell for what's in there now, which is not a bad chunk of change. Almost 800 in the middle there, going his way. One of our promos that we've had going here forever at TCH Austin is the refer a friend. So you bring somebody who's not a member yet and they become a member, they'll get $50 in rewards. And, you'll get $50 in rewards if you bring in a new member. And the new member gets a free monthly membership to TCH Austin. 50 reward hours. Hey, that's over 4 hours in club access fees.
8 raise, 35. 9.
Or that's some nice merch. Was somebody not at the table for aces? That's sad. Ace, King, 8, 2 clubs. They both have top, middle pair. They both have backdoor clubs. Bertram has the initiative. Bertram will take the initiative, 65. Was on the bigger side. Barber calling. To the turn we go. The 8 pairs. We are on our way to Chop City here. Barber is free rolling. The queen will give Barber the win. Otherwise, we're chopping. The deuce is irrelevant. The deuce is 3 pair, which is too many pair. Bertram's still playing kings and eights with an ace, so this will chop if we get to showdown. Barber will try and thwart that here with the 105 bet. He drops the chip and then he actually puts it out. Chop it up. Wait, that was ace king. That wasn't king deuce. Up is down, down is up. Bertram actually wins that pot. He had the right kind of three pair. He had the aces and kings and eights, not the kings and eights and deuces. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I think the scanner's fooled me at least 3 times. What does that make me? Anthony wondering where Z-Fish at? I don't know who Z-Fish is. So you know what? I think we had seen seat 9 had allegedly had aces, but he didn't. I'm thinking that one of those aces was the one that ended up in seat 8, and then the deuce was actually seat 9's. And the scanner got goofy. Barber with ace queen makes it 40.
Yeah, I gotta leave at 8:30.
Uncle T flatting.
Yeah. Comedy show.
35.
Where you going to see? Mark Norman.
Chappie calling.
Mostly Mark Norman.
Sam
Patterson, he came up on Tilt. Yeah. He's at the Creepy Cave tonight. Mark Norman's really good. He's like he's always saying comedy and shit like that. I saw him at the Paramount. Yeah, for sure. That sounds sick. Yeah, I'm excited.
4 players.
I was there last night. I performed. You did? Yeah. Where can I find your material? I don't have a lot. It was an open mic. But it was like a heckle open mic.
Jack 6-5 puts Chappie ahead once again.
Yeah. That's a good way to compete. Yeah, it was. It was fun.
Nicholas with the most life among the other hands here, having a pair of his own. Checks over to Chappie. Makes it 45. Barbara and Nicholas both call, and there's another 5 and a club. Nobody with a 5, nobody with a club draw. Checks through. Haven't got the river. Looks like it checks over to Barber, or not. 100, the bet from Chappie. I still don't have the river. I'm guessing the scanner didn't scan it. Barber flicks it in. Oh, that was an ace on the end, so Barber spiked the ace on the river to take this one. He just wanted to keep us guessing until the end. Hey, Tillman, how are you doing? Yeah, so, yeah, Barber getting a good river there. Not believing Chappie and then just getting rewarded anyway. Ooh, Bertram with the 5s. He's got a chance. 2 more 5s. That'll be $2,200 for him. We'll see if we get that far. Starts with the limp. That's a couple more limps. Barber with ace queen again. Just calls with ace queen suited. You got to raise that, man. As much as we bash that hand, you still have to raise it. Instead, we're going like 6 ways. Or 7 ways. We're going a lot of ways. This is practically a bomb pot, but with 1 board and not all the players. Top pair, top kicker for Barber. No 5 to be found. Can Bertram backdoor quads? Top 2 for Rick with his queen 9 makes it 45. Barber calls. Uncle T calls with his own pair of 3s, and spins the field to there. And the 3 pairs on the turn. Uncle T pulls ahead. And Rick checks. He gets 2 pair and he checks now. Uncle T making it 60. And we certainly can't fold the top 2 yet. He makes the call. Barber also calling. This getting more fraught in a multi-way situation. Jack on the river. Trip freeze. Gonna be good for Uncle T. Checks the Uncle T, makes it 200. I don't see how Rick can get away from this. That said, it was limped a million ways, and it is a possibility that somebody's got a 3. Hold the flop because you got a pair and you get there, and now Rick's going to put the 200, and I think Barber can exit now. 3 ways, betting on every street. 1 pair is rarely good here. Gonna think it over. What do you all think in the chat? Do you think there's any world where Barber's ace-queen could be good here? He says so. He says call, and he sees the ace-3 turns over. Ace-queen was in 3rd place. Let's see, Rick, discuss it. We show the flop top 2. So tell me, you say you're just connecting through Vegas. Are you leaving the airport? Is that a connection in the sense that we're just staying in the airport there? Or are you going to be able to venture out at all? I don't think I could ever just go through Vegas without actually Vegasing. As we head to a bomb pot. Kyle asking pet peeves on the poker table. That was the discussion on last week's show. I didn't see much of last week's show. I saw enough to know that there were open seats, and so I drove here and I hopped in the game. Pet peeves. Yeah, Dante's gone home, so I'll take this one myself. I guess it's people who are slow for no good reason, and people who are oblivious to it being their action, or people forgetting that I exist and they act when it's actually my turn to act. And see who's got anything here. Hey, Kevin with a full wrap on one board. It's a fun hand. Rick betting 90, Queen 10, 5, 3, which has an open ender, and then it has a 10 and a gutter. Barber calling, he's got nut clubs and a gutter. Really just the one-way hands. Nicholas calling ace 10, 5, deuce, which is a pair and 3 pair. Kevin calling with the wrap on one way, and Chappie rightly getting out of there with the queens. Four ways we go to the turns. An ace and a jack, so that would make a wheel for the 5 threes of Kevin and Rick. Jack on the bottom. Nobody's got king queen, so no straight there. Rick putting his remaining $64 in the middle. Barbara calling. So is Nicholas. Certainly Kevin's going to put chips in here, having completed his straight, and he does have draws to the better straight on top. Gutter on the bottom. And yes, the 3 pair on the bottom board, aces and 10s and deuces for Nicholas, which is a lot of ways to make the boat. Unfortunately, a couple of those boat outs are sitting on the other board, so not quite as strong. Kevin, between call and raise, he is going to raise. He's going to just try and end this now, I think. Get it between him and Rick. Makes it 500. Rick has the wheel, and he is getting free rolls by Kevin on the top board. Rick on the bottom does have the pair of 10s. So Rick would actually quarter Kevin if it ends up being between the two of them, as it stands now. Back to Barber, King, Jack, 9-3. This is a really good hand on one board, but the problem is it's a really good hand on one board, so he does have to fold that one-way hand. Over to Nicholas. Has a bunch of pairs. And some of his boat outs are dead, so this hand is actually not that great. And I'd be finding the fold here. It is an annoying fold, but I do think this is the correct fold if he goes that route. Does have a gutter up top. He's going to make the call. He's going to hope another one of those 3s appears, or perhaps he does find the miracle boat on the river on the bottom. We do have a side pot here of almost $900 as we head to the rivers. 9 of diamonds and then deuce on the bottom. So that is going to be deuces full of aces for Nicholas to take the bottom board. And nobody has diamonds. So Nicholas bets river and wins the side pot as Kevin folds there.
No.
And so we get the showdown, and Rick with the 5-3 is going to take half the main pot. Nicholas taking the other half of the main pot. Pearl Jack's saying we're the best commentators in Texas. Thanks a lot. Really appreciate that. Miracle. So for Nicholas, they have the miracle deuce, but then you still have bottom boat as the problem there. Like, you could still be in some trouble. And you're blocking a lot of the other boats having 3 pair. But bottom boat, or effectively bottom boat, is risky business in these bomb pots. And so last time I was in Vegas, it was about 3 weeks ago. It was just for 2 days. Got the chance to be a part of some poker content out there. Something outside of Texas, which I'm sure eventually it'll reach the airwaves somewhere. And it was a fun time. I got to play with some fun people. That was the last time I was in Vegas. Probably won't get out there again until the series. And yeah, 2 days in Vegas is never enough. I do hope you had a good time at the scene of your actual vacation, Tillman. Kevin going for the 3-bet. I love that. The 260 with the 6-5. Rick's got ace queen. He's going to just let it go. Perhaps if he were suited. Now Barbara with the king jack offsuit, another hand that could have a hard time continuing on later streets. Like, it's one thing to not believe Kevin now and call him, but the problem is the hand's not over. Barbara really thinking about this. Do we think he's considering a 4-bet? No, he's just folding. Never mind. I give him credit. And then he just makes the fold, which really is the right fold. Matt predicting that Nicholas, our friend from Minnesota, apparently, about to go on a sick heater. We'll see. We've seen plenty of sick heaters around here. And look at Chappie in seat 9. I mean, he's had a nice little heater tonight. Ace 5 suited for Rick. And queen calling. Chappie getting a free look at a 7-4. Gets a 7. And 20 gets the fold, and keep watching. I'm going to step away real quick, and I'll be right back. Well, again. I'd like to give a lot of you in the chat some shout outs and some interaction. Anthony cheering for C6. See you in there, Lisa. Mike. Who else? We got Phony Turkison, one of our familiar faces, Mo the Cat. Johnny opening and Kevin calling. Is King Jack Rainbow on this flop. Check, check. 4 to a straight now. Enthusiasm dwindles further, I'm sure. Check, check again. 5 on the end. And the jack takes it.
He loves it. He loves it. They were nice to him, but they were mean. They just tried to kill my dog.
All right, moving right along.
They're mean.
Heading for hand number 40. Bertram and Chappie, our biggest winners so far. Nobody too stuck, though. We're only down 1 buy-in effectively. Okay, good question from our colleague Kyle. Why have GTO charts show not set mining with deuces? What are my thoughts? Well, my thinking is that the GTO, that's the math, and if your opponents are playing in the neighborhood of optimal, I am mucking the deuces a lot. The thing is with deuces, you are as vulnerable as you can be to getting set over set. So, like, you get into a reverse implied odds situation. That's where you win a smaller pot or you lose a big one. Like, think about it. You have your set of deuces. How often do you get to play a big pot and have the best hands with a set of deuces? And a lot of lineups, not that often. There are lineups where, you know, they'll just fall in love with any pair. As we see Uncle T get some value with his flopped pair of 8s. Surprised Barber even called once. Assuming he actually has Queen Jack. Oh, there we go. There's the lead. As we see 7 of diamonds complete a bunch of stuff. Uncle T thinking about this because if that 7 of diamonds improved Barber, like, he could just be drawing dead. And there's probably a river bet coming. So Barber actually going to steal this one with a bluff. Leading on a turn that appears scary. Lisa, I'm not sure who folded 10-9 suited, honestly. I wasn't watching. I was busy looking at Kyle's question and answering that. So, yeah, like early position, like I'm not playing deuces much at all in a lot of lineups. That's a hand where you never want to get re-raised and be looking to put more money in. It's just not a great situation. So, yeah, the GTO charts, like, it's hard to argue with math, like fundamentally, is what I'll say. Of course, then there's also Texas Theory Optimal. Texas Theory Optimal is, hey, any two cards, why not? $25 from Barber, Uncle T calling, and what's effectively blind versus blinds. King, King 3. Ace is still ahead. And Barber making the raise, or making the bet rather, the C bet, and that gets the job done.
First of all, I was in vacation.
About halfway through the show tonight. Let us know where you're watching from, everyone in the chat. I'd love to see just how far we have reached the corners of the earth tonight.
I heard the words and I still didn't.
They actually are hard for me. I don't know what it is.
So the nice thing about poker, it can bring us all together. Poker table, a great big melting pot. You know what? The poker stream's a great big melting pot as well. See some suited Broadways here for Bertram and Chappie. We're getting in there with the 7-6 off. Johnny defending his straddle with the ace-5 of diamonds. Simons would be fun here. There's one diamond. Oh, there's a lot of diamonds. There's a lot of diamonds. We got two flopped flushes. Johnny vibes with the ace high flush. Chappie with the jack high flush. He does have one out, though. The 9 of diamonds will make him the straight flush. And it is Chappie betting the 55 here. Bottom 2 for Rick. Moves all in for 176. So he's going to need a board pair. Johnny with an open-ended straight flush draw. One of those ends is good. He has the ace high flush. 4 of diamonds makes him the straight flush. Just calls here. He doesn't want to scare Chappie off. Chappie's going to raise. Goes to 300. He'll have about 900 behind. Back to Johnny. Johnny calls here. There's about a pot-sized bet behind. I'm not sure I'd want a 4-bet here. I don't want to scare off a set. I don't want to scare off a 9 of diamonds or a 10 of diamonds. He's going to move all in, though. He's going to move all in. And what's Chappie going to do here? You've just been 4-bet on the flop. Is your jack high flush ever good? Like, you could just be drawing to 1 out, assuming the 9 of diamonds is still in the deck, which is not a guarantee.
Assuming you gotta be on like east. I'm assuming like if you go west, like everything dies.
Poker is happening here.
Oh, it's wait. It's only going to do the amount of the smallest.
I know like in New
Chappie really thinking this over. Makes the call. Chappie drawing to 1 out. Chappie going to need exactly the 9 of diamonds to take anything here. Rick needs a 7 or a 6. Here we go to a run out. Queen of diamonds. 6 of clubs, so Rick is going to take the main pot.
Oh, a 9. 9.
The ace high diamonds will hold on for the side and going to stack Chappie, and that is a substantial side pot.
4 outer, it's not that great.
We had a hand the other day. I had aces, the guy 4 and king.
Wow, what a hand there.
Guy 2 seats over.
The 4 outer comes in on the main. We do fade the 9 of diamonds. That would have possibly had Johnny running out of the room in tears. Nothing more sickening than the 1 outer.
So he gets his diamonds on the turn.
Phony Turgeson watching from a cold New York City. Is it cold up there? I haven't kept an eye on how cold it is back in New York. I'm originally from Long Island myself. I'm used to some cold winters. It's kind of cool here. It's like we got it to like 60-ish here, which is a bit on the cool side for middle of March, but like it's spring down here. The bluebonnets are blooming. Those who don't know what a bluebonnet is, that is our state flower in Texas, and it's a wildflower. There's a lot of wildflowers that spring up, especially along the highways here. And this is the time of year where it's a pretty colorful drive coming here. I'll hope it warms up for you soon. King, king, 7, 2 diamonds. More diamonds showing themselves. Nicholas and Barber, both with diamond draws.
There's only like, there's not that many like fruit orchards in Texas. 6 that like allow like.
Yeah, you take Washington State.
60 from Barber. Nicholas calling.
Ohio is obviously a lot smaller.
And there's the diamonds. We got flush over flush once again. Nicholas with the queen high diamonds.
Really?
Barber with the 10 high diamonds. Barber betting. Hey, he just got there.
East Texas is the watermelon capital of Ohio. The black diamonds out there are
135, the bet. Nicholas probably not going for the raise on a paired board. He does just call.
I can't even eat camos out because I grew up picking.
Harmless 4 of spades on the ends, which won't complete the obvious boats. We go check, check this time. The damage is limited. The board being paired probably saved Barber some money here. Okay, so Connor is in the Nicholas cheering section here, up in Minneapolis. Driven through Minnesota. I've never actually spent any time in Minnesota yet. Hope you're enjoying the show. And Bill's another Long Islander. Nice. Nice to have other Long Islanders around. Long Island's have produced some pretty good poker players, actually. I am not one of them.
Yeah, 138 over 86. thought they changed it to 110 over 70.
Johnny taking it with his ace 10.
But I also always limited it for a couple minutes because I know it's coming.
Yeah, I just like kids come in and bark and push my stress on. I don't do well with sound.
Connor needs some points. Well, Connor, here's how you get some points. First of all, you subscribe to this channel, which I think you've already done if you're in the chat. I think you have to sub to be in the chat. And then, every 10 minutes, if you contribute to the chat, you'll get a point. It's like once every 10 minutes. Exclamation mark points to find out how many points you have. And then you can gamble the points once you got 10 of them. I believe you can also earn points by making a monetary contribution to the show in the form of a super chat. I have no idea how many points a super chat gets you these days.
Even when you're a kid, you can do that and still not be
For example, this is how we check our points. Just typed it into the chat. Queen 4-3, 2 hearts. So gutter and backdoor for Bertram. Uncle T's pair of deuces is still the best hands. Uncle T's bet just gets the job done. That deuce would have been so spicy. The wheel and the set coming in. Too bad.
That is my timer. What you guys got? No coming in.
All right. Dealer change going to happen. Kristen going to step out. And we're going to get a dealer change pot.
Depends on how far you go down to Victoria. That's
Everyone will get their $10 out, and we're going to get Mel in the box for the back half of the show. And I'm going to fill time while we get this done by plugging some promos here.
Quad 5 snake, quad 5.
Every Friday night is Ladies' Night at TCH Austin. 50% off club access fees all day for the ladies here at TCH Austin. One of our promos that always seems to be going around here. Quads of the day. Progressive jackpot, $200 growth every day. Today it's fives and it's $2,200. Pocket fives in Hold'em, make quads, or get dealt quad fives in your hands in PLO or PLO bomb pot. And you'll get yourself that jackpot. Complete rules at TexasCardHouse.com. There are a few additional rules, a certain number of players in the game, and the pot's got to be a certain size. Poker Atlas Tour coming to Houston next month. Get the whole schedule at TexasCardHouse.com or on the Poker Atlas app. Over $1 million in guarantees. There's even some mixed events. I'm going to try and make it to some of that. I really hope I can actually make it this time. Couldn't quite make it to the stuff I was hoping to play up in Dallas. Here we go with the bomb pot.
Sorry, Rick. 8 players.
I'm encouraged it's showing me split percentages this time. Ace-6 deuce. Ace-Jack 6, all hearts on the bottom. An ace, a 6, preferably both. Hearts, those are all good things to have here. And eventually it'll show us the hands again. And now it's not showing the split percentages anymore. I hope the computer was straightening itself out. Everybody checks. I don't think there's any heart flushes there. 6-5. So 3 pair for Nicholas. I think I see kings and 6s for Uncle T. Kings and jacks for Kevin and Johnny. Everyone checks again anyway. Queen of Hearts, 10 of Hearts on the end. So Broadway for Nicholas. And,
Six bets 50.
okay, Nicholas betting the 50. He's got a million pairs on the top. He's got like 4 pairs on the top, and he's got Broadway on the bottom. Bertram with a lesser straight. He has the king high straight on the bottom. Remember, PLO, you must play exactly 2 cards.
8 calls.
And he just has a queen on the top. He calls the 50. That's going to be bad for him. Just James calls the 50. I don't know what he's calling with there. I see the ace, queen, 5 deuce. And I see the queen, 9. Okay, so the hands were right.
No, he has 2 pairs.
This is a scoop. Yes, this is a scoop. It's like I thought. And all right. There we go. Apologies that the bomb pot graphics are glitching a little bit tonight. Normally we get the split equities. I don't know why it's not giving them to us tonight. I'm sure we'll get that fixed. Thursday we're actually doing an all bomb pot stream right back here on TCH Live. You're not going to want to miss that. That should be some insanity. Jason Dunbar wondering who busted Chappie. I think it was either Johnny or Nicholas. I forget who. It was C5. It was Johnny. So that was a flush over flush situation. And that's how Chappie got busted. Anthony wondering, can we play bomb pot every 5 hands? We're going to play bomb pots every 30 minutes tonight. If you tune in on Thursday, though, we're going to play bomb pots every single time. You're going to get more bomb pots than you know what to do with. It'll be absolutely explosive.
9 calls.
And by that, I mean my insanity will explode. Like, my sanity will explode. It will go out the window.
9 check.
105.
Trying to keep up with bomb pots for 4 hours, that's definitely going to be a thing.
1 bet 105. 9 full.
And heart draw for Rick. Bets and takes it. Kristen suggests that they might switch to round of each depending on if this quad jackpot escalates. Or maybe we just hit it like early in the stream. How about that? I like that better.
No. She was asking about it. If
I'm sure we would cut that into a highlight and share that with the broader internet. And
All right, Straddle 10, Live 10.
and be sure and subscribe for anything like that. Matt wants the 25 on. Well, I can't help that. I can't make these guys put the 25 on. I think we've seen it once tonight. Maybe as we get further into the stream,
5 full.
like maybe we get into that last hour.
6 raise 35, 7 full, 8 calls, 9 calls 35.
And sorry if the camera focus is tripping you up. It happens sometimes.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Alright, 3 players.
Probably not worth that.
Well, I mean, it's like,
King 5, 3, 2 clubs.
1 check. Six bets 55, 9 calls.
Nicholas betting his gut shot.
Unless there's new technology on the last like 5 years.
Bottom pair for Rick.
I read online was that
1 call.
Makes the call.
Heads up.
Gonna need some more aggression. Nicholas also picking up a second gut shot on this turn, which Rick is gonna lead for $100. Seed 6 has actually improved here.
I was like wondering like, why is it so expensive? Labor costs. Because I remember like pre-pandemic it was like 20 cents a meter.
And he's just going to fold. Rick's going to take it. What a surprise to see the fold there. The straight gets there. There's a reasonable chance that Rick's going to bet again, and then you can get your raise in with the nuts. And hope Rick actually has something like 2 pair.
Small blind, or big blind, and then small.
He may have seen something I didn't.
You're right though. Probably
Anything with a lot of fructose.
Black 10.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you don't get a lot of hands, and you start to get frisky with things like 7-6 offsuit, Matt.
4 call. 5 fold. 6 fold. 7 fold.
Happens.
8 fold. 9 goes all in. 70.
Chappie ripping the ace-queen suited. $70. I bet he gets at least one customer.
1 fold. 2 fold.
I'll give you action.
And 4 calls the same. Alright.
Uncle T gonna give him some action with the king-8 off. I think we're just going once here. Chappie ahead. He's got the gutter. Uncle T with the 8. Uncle T gonna take it with the 8.
Jack's 8.
King 8.
Figured my card for a while. See this 8 fold, I'm like,
Larry, good to see you in the chat.
Thank you, Peter. Coming back.
You're talking to me as far as having seen me play. I did step into the game last week. Like, I joined the Monday show late. There was an empty seat. I had nothing going on, so I came down here, and then I played the Thursday stream. I was going to play the Thursday stream regardless. And then I went to Spring on Saturday and dumped it all into the Houston poker economy. Gotta love those tournaments.
Live 10, straddle 10.
Also, do what Rena says. Hit the like button.
Push the cross to head.
That seems really close to major city for the price.
4 fold, 5 fold, 6 fold. 7 raise 35.
Unfortunate that the
8 fold.
ace-queen didn't work out there, but you know what? That's how ace-queen will do you.
1 fold.
If you watch this stream long enough, you've heard me bash ace-queen, and that's why. How many of you in the chat have a positive ace-queen story? Let us know in the chat if you have a positive ace-queen story. I'd love to hear it.
Going heads up.
A lot of people think that like your home appreciates, but your home depreciates when your lands are.
654 rainbow. Open ender for Chappie's 7s, but Kevin's already there with his 8-7 flopping the nuts.
9 calls.
50 from Kevin. Gets called by Chappie. He's got an overpair. He's got an open ender. He's loving life. Queen of diamonds. Kevin's loving life even more. He's picked up a redraw. Already has the nuts, though. He doesn't need help. In fact, a diamond would make him not the nuts anymore.
7 bet, 110.
110.
9 calls.
Chappie still has a straight draw. He calls. 400 in the middle as we go to the river. 10 of clubs. Straight doesn't get there. 8-7 still the nuts. And Chappie with a pot size amount of money in his stack. Kevin may seek all of that money. We shall find out. Looks like he does that. He makes a bet that effectively puts Chappie all in. He's got third pair and a busted straight draw. And this is not a hand where I'd want to be bluff catching. You want Kevin to have the busted straight draw, but you double block that, so. Yes, this is a flopped over pair, but he could have an over pair as the pre-flop raiser. over. And so this is a reluctant fold if I'm in Chappie's seat. But what do you think in the chat? Are you calling off with the sevens here, or are you believing Kevin? He believes Kevin, which is the correct choice. Kevin going to take this one. Larry going to Vegas next week. Enjoy Vegas. Playing poker out there. And yeah, Lisa, you're going to see the win-loss numbers between hands every now and then. The graphics show them when they show them, and you'll be able to figure out who's in for how much. I don't know the numbers off the top of my head as far as who's in for what. Tens versus Jacks brewing here. Bertram raised, Rick going to 3-bet those Jacks.
How much is he playing?
Back to Bertram.
5, 6.
Wants to see what Rick's working with.
Is that a black on the small one?
Yeah, if you like purple Christmas.
It goes all in.
Bertram gonna just rip it in. Rick facing a huge 4-bet, which this is the only sizing that makes sense if you're gonna 4-bet all of it. Maybe you go 350, which is still committing Rick pretty well.
That's where he texts.
And one call.
Can we go twice?
Makes the call.
Do that.
2 times. 1 twice.
Twice is nice. Bertram's gonna need a 10.
So that's probably not good for me. Oh yeah, I'm below you.
We're at 2 times. Let me know when after each one 3.
Well, hearts. Bertram's got the only heart. He's got a heart draw now.
A 9, a heart, a 10.
And now he's got a gut shot. He misses it all. We'll try again. No draws this time. He's just going to need the 10. Still needs the 10. Does not get the 10. Bertram going to get stacked by Rick. And Mel's going to get the bill. Going to determine that this is actually coverage here. So we're going to get the double up, actually. Lisa, what you'll need to do with the win-loss is, whatever the winner-loss is, you got to add that with the buy-in amount or subtract it. So
8, 8 or 9.
if somebody's up $1,000 and they have $2,000 in front of them, they bought in for $1,000, and that's as much as the graphics will get us. Or if they have 1,000 and they're down 1,000, then they were in for 2.
8, 10.
Sure, we'll see those numbers soon. And Rick collects his winnings.
Button and 2.
Standard cooler. Jacks versus 10s. You can get in there.
I'll just pay you cash.
Oh, dude. When did he text you that?
This is like a week
See,
ago.
they went to showdown numbers.
I'd rather just pay in cash.
That's not a great.
These numbers may be off. I feel like
Money's gone.
we've had hands that didn't go to showdown. That number may be off.
The bounty's still out, Kevin. If you can get the money
6 raises 35. 7
King
calls.
Queen for Nicholas.
8 calls.
Kevin
9
comes
calls.
along with his 8-7, and Rick with the Ace King of Diamonds.
1 raises.
Gonna ride the wave.
2 fold. 3 fold.
I think he's made it 135.
There was a lady I talked to
5 fold.
and she inherited
Back to Nicholas, out of position with King Queen off. Let that go.
said
Kevin with the ace crackers.
He inherited like a portion of it because all his shit, 3 other solutions bought.
Doesn't even need to go that far. Doesn't even need to crack the aces. He just needs to make a pair, and he's potentially in business
You want heads up?
as he makes the call. Heads up we go. Let's get some red cards. Only one red card. Ace 9 8 though, something for everyone. They both have a pair. Checks it over to Rick. I'm sure Kevin's going to believe that Rick has made a better pair. 180 the bet. Little over half pot.
Okay, but if it was like heavily weighted, it'd be a lot.
Yeah, I mean,
7 calls.
Calls once. A lot of cards are going to be good for him on the turn. 8 and 8 or 7 obviously would be great. Anything that gives him a straight draw would be pretty good. How about the ace of hearts, which is going to give Rick trips. It's going to give Kevin the heart draw. You're going to pair something. Pair that card. Probably not aces full at this point. And Kevin has picked something up here.
That's 400.
400 from Rick.
You're supposed to like go on it and figure out
Kevin calling. Kevin gonna try and find himself a heart. Probably just a heart that he really feels good about. I don't think an 8 or a 7 is gonna make him feel good at all. And it's a 3 of diamonds. A 7 would have been useless to him anyway. So Kevin's missed. Check, check. Rick's not going to go for the 3rd street. Perhaps concerned that he's getting taken for a ride by a flopped set. Rick does not go for the 3rd street, and so he's going to take what's in there already. Albert's cheering for Bertram.
I mean, I don't know why. I mean, we call a lot of things around.
So Bertram's got fans, and Nicholas has fans. Who else has fans here? Any other cheering sections? Hey, here we go. Here's the win-loss numbers. So Johnny would have been in for about 2,000. Looking at those, he's got 31 in front of him, and he's up 1-2. Just for example, if you want to figure out who's in for what, they're going to make you do a bit of the math on your own, unfortunately.
7 call. 8
Suited ace wheel for Kevin.
1 fold. 2 fold. 3 calls.
Kings for Uncle T.
4
I don't think he'll be limping.
5 folds.
Makes it 40.
7 calls.
Kevin calling, Barber calling with the 5-3 offsuit, which
3 players.
I'm not sure I believe that he has 5-3 offsuit. There's a 5, 6-6, 5. If Barber's got a 5, he's got something here. Uncle T continuing with his overpair.
7 calls.
Yeah, I'm just telling
Kevin calling with his backdoor and over. Barber's calling. I'm convinced he has at least 1 5 in his hands. The question is, does he have another 5? Does he have something better than a 3? 10 on the turn.
4 checks.
Safe card for Uncle T. Not helpful to anybody else. Now we're all in the checking business. Barber hasn't checked yet. I think this is where we find out if he has better than 5-3. If he bets here, I think he has better than 5-3. 135. About a third pot.
4 raises to 350.
Oh, wow. Uncle T went for the check raise with the kings. Decides to play it as a check raise, goes to 350. Was not expecting him to play it that way. I think he's saying to Barbara, do you really have a 6? This is again where we find out if Barbara has better than 5-3. Five wouldn't go anywhere, obviously. 6-5 wouldn't go anywhere. Ace-5, maybe, maybe not. He's thinking about it. 350 is not a huge raise with respect to the pot size. 2.5 times Barbara's bet, but remember there was a bunch of money in the pot already. Let's it go. I think it was just 5-3. Uncle T showing the Red Cowboys. All right, we'll get on to the next hands.
Live 10, treble 10.
Of course, I was just looking at the land and condo, right?
Oh, yeah? What's it doing?
You want me to tell you?
Yeah.
Nine
Find out
folds.
some of them.
The cheapest thing I could see in the 300-acre range was
Just
about
4 started. 4 started. Yep. 8 fold, 9 fold.
Check a 10 out.
1 calls, 2
I'll
folds.
gamble of my own. I get a 5. What's with that?
That's, we're west
Flat fold.
of condo by about probably.
Oh, okay.
That's why I don't gamble on this thing.
Okay, okay.
that'll probably make a big difference.
It's just, it's, the town is literally a restaurant.
Going heads up.
Ace, King, King. Where was that the last hand for Uncle T?
I mean, there's 358.
1 bet 15. 7 fold.
It's for sale right now?
Pick up the ace. No action.
Did you have too much of it? She told me she was gonna put it on the market.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And I'm like, yeah, whatever.
What's that?
Well, does it show it on map? I can tell you where we are. So it's on the
See 175 of you watching across our various
farm road.
platforms.
The little town.
YouTube, X, Facebook, Twitter, which was X,
I mean,
Kick.
Created a bunch of plots that size a long time ago.
yeah, maybe, I can't imagine. Everybody's farming
9 fold.
there, out there.
Hope you're all enjoying wherever you're watching.
She may be just testing the waters too.
1 raises to 25.
No, she's not, she's
2 fold.
big old house.
3 fold.
She
Four
just
fold,
sent me a
5
picture.
The busiest chat of the bunch is on YouTube if you're looking for the liveliest chat. That's probably your best bet. And Facebook, we're on Facebook as well.
Eight check.
It's the south side of,
Club draw for Rick.
90.
Says south of 90.
Yeah, 90.
1 bet 40. Eight raises to 150.
150, the check raise from Bertram. with just the threes, choosing to play them as a bluff.
And one pass.
Rick calling. Rick looking for an additional club. Four of spades isn't completely useless. It does give him a gut shot. So he does pick up some additional outs. Bertram with an underpair to the board. Goes 225.
I mean, all but the front 20 or 30 acres.
Would have about 80% pot behinds if Rick calls.
Well, so she's got remarried.
Wall in is also a fun idea here. I think you could get some draws to fold that are potentially better, like king high draws, perhaps ace high draws. He does call. Okay, so Rick looking for a club, a 7, or a queen, but he probably didn't know that, and the 8 pairs instead. Bertram following through the triple barrel, the all in. And he gets it through. Well done by Bertram.
Probably my last hand, so I'll show.
Alright, we're gonna do a bomb pot.
I'll play the bomb pot.
Okay, so bomb pot.
Thomas, you're in, right? Bomb pot? Yes. He's in.
Yeah, that's the neighbor's land.
Four cards, 2 boards. Just how we like it around here.
Nine players.
Queen, queen, 4 with diamonds and 864 rainbow.
7 check. How much of it do you have on the 8 check, 9 check. 1 check.
But technically half of it.
Top set for Kevin on 1 board.
5 check. 90. 6 bets pot.
And someone say pot. Seat 6. Our friend from Minnesota. He's got the queen. And he's got 6s. He's got serious scoop ability. And he's even got diamonds. Okay, so he's got trips. Not a good kicker, but he's got trips. He's got middle set on the bottom. Diamond draw on the top. He's got some things here. Kevin calling with his set of 8s. Bertram's got nut diamonds. And 975 giving him a flopped straight. And a redraw to a better straight. So Bertram with some scoop ability of his own. Not loving the paired board, but will do. And everyone fills up on the bottom, so forget that 7-5. 8's full of 4s for Kevin. 6 is full for Nicholas. So pots again. His queen is still good on that top board. I think his queen is just fading the case 8 at this point.
This is
The case 8 on the top board would give
So if you take 90 out of
Kevin the vote. Kevin calling, feeling great about one of these boards. Hoping it stays multi-way. The moment it stops being multi-way, he stops making money with a one-way hand. He has to believe one of these players has at least a queen on that top board. Bertram with the diamond draw, which is still live. He's going to have to fold though. His straight board pairing was really bad. The danger of going with a naked straight. Usually something comes in and you're just praying it wasn't something that beats you. And Nick snap pots after Kevin checks. Kevin has more chips behind than the graphics say. He's probably got like 1,000. Makes the call and gonna be chopping here. We've got the queen. He's gonna be disappointed to see if the sixes don't win him the bottom.
Man, I had 5-7.
There's always a bigger boat. Chop it up.
I had 5-7 and ace-9 of diamonds. I hated that 4. I hated that 4, dude. I hated that 4.
This is the board pairs or it flushes.
And it does seem like that we do have some new faces at perhaps the cheering sections for some of our out-of-town guests. So just to introduce ourselves, if you're new around here, we are TCH Live out of Texas Card House. Texas Card House has 6 locations across the state. Austin, which is where we are tonight. Houston, Spring, which is one of the northern suburbs of Houston. Rio Grande Valley, and then Dallas and Las Colinas, which is also in the DFW Metroplex. Looks like Bertram calling it a night. And we'll see if we get a player there. So 6 locations. We stream out of Austin, Dallas, Houston, and Rio Grande Valley is coming online. They're just getting that set up now. So 4 of our locations will be streaming, and the other 2 are near a location that streams. So we air cash games and tournament final tables on this channel every Monday. You'll see 2-5, usually 2-5-10 match to stack game like we're watching now. Next Monday, we've also got a final table out of Dallas, the even bigger one that we run every month. And then Tuesdays, we'll have a big cash game out of Dallas typically. Thursdays, we'll get a game out of Houston sometimes. Sometimes we get a game here. In fact, we're going to have an all Bob Pot game here in Austin on this very channel on Thursday. And that'll be a fun watch, I believe. Should be a good game. Saturdays, when they're not running the even bigger one, we air the normal weekly final table out of Dallas. And some other stuff other days of the week randomly from different locations. And so be sure to hit that subscribe button if you're enjoying this and if the proposition of more Texas poker appeals to you. We have a lot to offer you. We got some great people here. And some great players and a lot of fun action. Kings and 10s outflopping the King Jack. And Uncle T betting into the 2 pair. Johnny Vibes in position. Can just call again and let Uncle T keep bluffing off if that's what he wants. Second flush draw coming in. He might decide he needs some protection, but he might not. He does make the call. Backdoor hearts come in. Uncle T gonna bet again. He goes small, 75. Johnny just calls. Wonder if he would have raised if, say, that were 3 of diamonds instead. And Johnny going to take what's there. And so I'm originally from New York. I've lived around here for a little over 7 years now. I've been coming to TCH since shortly after I moved here. And It's been amazing to see Texas poker grow in that time. Texas poker was in its infancy. These social clubs, like back 7 years ago, was just TCH, and it was a smaller location in another part of town. Now we have this nice room and 5 more like it, or even better than this one. And there's a whole thriving industry now, and
3 raises 35, 4, 5, 6, 7, fold.
I've progressed as a player. I've gotten involved in content. It's been really great to get to grow with Texas, and glad to have you all along for the ride. Barber gets aces, and Barber gets absolutely no action from those aces. Bummer. See if Mel can get us something a little bit more chaotic on this next hand. Mel also sits back here and produces the show as well. As does Kristen, who you saw in the box earlier tonight. We got another producer back here tonight. Katie, our new producer in training.
5 raised to 40.
Keeping
6
things
folds,
running
7
tonight,
folds, 9.
and great team here. We got hearts and we got more hearts.
2 raises to 150. 3 fold, 4 fold.
And now we have a 3-bet from the ace deuce. Love the 3-bet. And that'll get the job done. Johnny not interested in playing the 10-8 at that price point.
I was wondering how that works, like if she dies, you get a step that basis, or would it set the baseline find her portion from it, and you
Thomas, you're going to be the straddle. Can you draw his 5 raised for me? Thank you.
Well, they always say die with real estate. They always say die with real estate. Let your heirs sell it, and they don't pay taxes.
Straddle 10. 5 fold, 6
If you
fold.
check out our YouTube channel, TCH Live
7 raised
Poker,
35.
we've got over 4 years of back content for your viewing. You can just binge this if you're feeling bored and you want even more poker.
3 fold, 4 call. Going heads up.
Or if you miss a show, you want to see what happens. So we get Ace King versus Jack 8. Jack 8 with a gut shot on this 10-9 deuce.
7 bet.
Actually, it's an open enter. What am I saying?
4 calls.
I promise I know how this game works. Uncle T check calling the Ace King, which is going to turn a pair of aces. I doubt Kevin's going to shut down now.
4 check.
I think everyone should try it, though. You don't need to.
7 bet 175.
Make it? Come on. Have you done keto before? Well, like, when you do keto, like, your appetite gets
175 to bet this time.
4 calls.
like, obviously you're really hungry, like, from not eating, but after, like, a couple days, your body actually, you stop getting hungry.
6 on the end, not going to complete the straight.
Accepted it as reality that we're starving right now. So, body adapts to this.
8-7 did get there. Don't know if that'll deter Kevin. Usually not one to be afraid of monsters under the bed.
7 bet 500. And 4 calls.
500 gets the snap fold.
Thank
Quick look at the deep hips. Rick playing basically half the hands. Nick was playing 20% or so, but in a lot of games, that's actually just like a normal VPIP.
Rattle 10.
Here in Texas, people like to play hands.
One fold. Two fold. Three fold. Four call. Five fold.
35 from Kevin with the ace jack. Uncle T gonna go another rounds with him. Heads up we go. Ace jack versus eights. All hearts and an overpair
Four check.
for Uncle T. They both have a heart. Kevin's is bigger.
Seven check.
Check, check. 9 of hearts. Good news, bad news. Good news is they both have flushes. Bad news is for Uncle T, he's drawing to 1 out. The 6 of hearts would get him to the promised lands as he leads for 80. Kevin in position could choose to just call here and let Uncle T fire river. A raise does run the risk of scaring him off. Which way will he choose to go here? Cutting out raising chips, it looks like.
Seven raises. Two.
280. Wonder what he's getting value from here. In a set, sure. If I have 2 pair, I'm getting serious pause. Uncle T does make the call. Uncle T needs the 6 of hearts. Instead, he gets the 4 of diamonds. Kevin's ace will be the winner. If I'm Kevin, I'm probably going bigger.
7 bet. 500.
And he does that. He goes 500. Something like 80% pot. Targeting another big heart. Uncle T getting stubborn here. Uncle T making the call. Getting shown the ace of hearts. Kevin takes this one down. Things looking up for Kevin. Showing him Shogun over on Kick. I see you there. Hope you're enjoying the show. Tell your friends.
Thank you.
We're playing poker, TCH Live Poker,
I'm pushing it for my bad.
over on Kick.
Remind me next or at the end of Rattle 10, 7 fold, 9 calls, 1 fold. 3 raise 35. 4 calls. 5 calls. 6 fold. 7 calls. Excuse me, 9 calls.
Barber's 35 gets 3 takers, Chappie, Uncle T, and Johnny.
4 players. 4 check, 5 check.
7-4 deuce. Sixes don't flop a set, but this is one of the safer flops for sixes.
Five calls.
Barber putting out the 50. Uncle T and Johnny both calling.
3 players.
4 pairs on the turn. 6s and 4s comfortably ahead.
5 checks. And 3 checks.
Everyone's checking now. Double paired board with the deuce river. Does anybody want to bet? Uncle T wants to bet.
175.
As Jack 8 gets the river with nothing. Those 175. Can Johnny find the call here? All this checking, the 6s could be good. Makes the call. Barber's out of there.
6 and 4.
Uncle T too ashamed to even turn it over. If you're never caught bluffing, you're probably not bluffing enough.
Hi, welcome. What do you want your name to be?
KDR.
KDR? Okay. C8's gonna
I think
declare.
we've got a new player joining us in seat 8.
Yep. And he's coming in with 1,000. Yep. Yes. All right. It is a mandatory straddle 10, so it's 2.
Got about another hour to go tonight.
You should.
KDR, our newcomer. As we play some 2-5-10. No limit hold'em.
Thomas, can you raise hand real quick?
What $10 PLO bomb pots every half hour?
8 fold, 9 fold, 1 fold, 2 bet 30, 3 call, 4 call,
Freeze for Just James.
7 fold.
Barbara and Uncle T coming along with some Broadways.
Oh, I thought you were trying to do. 3 players.
Ten, 6.
2 check,
That'll be trips for Uncle T.
4 check.
Checks through. 4 ball. Uncle T should probably do some betting now if it checks to him again.
4 bet 50.
Goes half pot, hoping somebody's got something. James will make the call. You've seen Uncle T get caught bluffing just now, so there is some chance the 3s could be good. Not this time. Deuce on the end.
2 check. 4 bet 125.
125 from Uncle T. We beat some gut shots. We beat some random high cards that decided to take a swipe at this. Oh, we don't beat trips.
And 2 calls.
Makes the call. Gonna see Uncle T wasn't bluffing this time.
No, I did the.
Aggression numbers, I think, well, I mean, this is clearly a little bit glitched tonight. Apologies for these aggression numbers. We all know that there's been aggression tonight. This hasn't been a win fest. Not quite sure what the software is doing tonight.
9 calls. 1 call. 2 call. 5
Johnny Vibes with the 8 of spades, 8 of hearts. Around here we call that the Steamdola. Shout out to Steamdola, one of the earliest
Two is adding on 200.
personalities on this show. A big fan of that hand. Which raises and takes it.
Appreciate the gift.
All right, on to the next hand.
5, 10, 5, 10. 1 full. 2 full. 3 full. 4 call. 5 raise, 30.
Uncle T limping in with the 9-7.
6 full, 7 full, 8 full.
Living dangerously. Johnny with the small raise. The ace-10. Uncle T calling. Heads up we go.
4 check.
Jack 10-7. Pair and a gutter for Uncle T. Check, check. Johnny's pair bigger, and now he's got 2 of them. Aces and 10s.
5 check.
Check, check again.
4 check.
A little surprised to see it go check, check with the aces and 10s.
4 calls.
Uncle T calling the 25. A lot of rivers that aren't going to be fun for that ace-10. Like particularly a 9 or an 8 that would straighten that board out. Little under an hour to go here. Be sure and join us tomorrow night. We'll have a big cash game from Dallas. I'm not sure exactly how big. Often 5, 10, 25.
Alright, 2 full.
Sometimes a little bigger, sometimes a little smaller, at least with respect to the blinds. But this is Texas. Whatever the blinds are, the game probably plays bigger.
5 full, 6 full. 7 full.
Like this is bigger than some Vegas 5-10 games I've played.
And 1 call. 3 flow. 1 check.
And 9, 8 rainbow.
4 bet 55. 1 full.
Uncle T in the betting mood.
And 3 full.
And it's going to work.
How much would it bump that bump?
Now we're going to get these cards shuffled up. And for a quick reminder out there, if you happen to be in or around Dallas or going to Dallas in the next few days, the Even Bigger One, our monthly tournament, happening starting Wednesday. Flights at 10 and 5 every day through Saturday. $250,000 guaranteed in that prize pool. Day 2 Sunday. Final table next Monday. Back here on TCH Live. Be sure and tune in for that.
3 folded, so don't have it. Yep, so go 4 start. Yep.
I got plans this weekend. I'm not going to make it up to Dallas, unfortunately.
4 raises.
Gotta go
30,
see some
5 full, 6
NASCAR.
full.
Down at Circuit of the Americas.
Yeah, at least you
Auto
didn't
racing
send
is a love of mine, and when they're in town,
yeah,
good
100.
chance I'm going to go see it.
Better raise 100. 8 full, 9 full. 1 full. 2 full.
Did fives just find the muck? Boo. Well, Uncle T has a 5, but you got pocket 5s and you end up with quads. That's going to get you $2,200 today here at TCH Austin. No fives, all hearts. Ace King 7 gives Kevin top pair, check, check. Now he has a third ace. Ace of clubs on the turn. Nothing doing for Uncle T.
75 and 4 fold.
And Uncle T getting out of the way after Heaven bets this turn.
This hand.
Pocket fives and quads in Hold'em, or quad fives in your hands in PLO or PLO bomb pot.
Next hand will be a bomb.
That hits the jackpot here. All the rules at TexasCardHouse.com. It's a jackpot that goes up $200 every day, and the quads go up by 1 every day. So tomorrow it'll be sixes for $2,400 if it weren't hit today.
Shadow 10.
Otherwise, it would be sixes for $200 tomorrow if somebody does
5 fold, 6 fold,
find the quads tonight.
8 call, 9 call.
And these players are eligible for that promo. We have seen promos hit on stream before.
35. 2 fold. 3 call. 4 call. 7 call, or not, 8 call and 9 calls.
Gonna have a 5-way pot here. Rick was the raiser with the King Jack of clubs. Gets action from a variety of holdings.
5 players.
5 ways. Texas heads up, as we call it sometimes. Ace 5-3, 2 diamonds.
3 bet 75.
Hair and a gutter for Uncle T and KDR. Nut diamond draw for Barber, who makes it 75. The 2 aces make the call, and we go 3 ways to the turn.
3 players.
6 of hearts. Uncle T improves to an open-ended straight draw. Barber picks up the gut shot.
3 bet 225.
225 the bet. I think Uncle T hangs around and KDR probably finds the exit at this point. Can't guarantee that a straight would even be good. I think getting paid if you make the straight is a pipe dream. So heads up we go. Diamonds on the end. Barber going to make the king high diamonds. Uncle T with an ace and just an ace. Facing a pot-sized shove from Barber, $884 the price tag, and he gives it up. Nice river, Barber. I wonder if Uncle T makes the call, if that's a brick. But we shall never know. As we head to our 69th hand of the night, it's going to be a PLO bomb pot. Two boards, 4 cards. $10 gets you in.
Check in the dark.
Small blind checks dark. That's my move. And we're just not betting into all these players ever. We see Chappie has aces with no suit.
C2 already checked.
Rainbowy disconnected boards.
10 of hearts. Jack of diamonds. Okay, checks. 3 and 4 bucks all the way to 9. Actions on 1. It is. Okay, one more check.
So we watch these numbers fly by. KDR with an open enter.
8 of diamonds, king of diamonds.
Diamonds come in on the bottom, 8 pairs on the top. Rick has eights full of 4s, so
3 check.
I think he's going to have the top board, and just James with the 10 high diamonds.
4 folds. 5 checks. Pot 90. 6 pots hit at 90. 7
Ooh, eights full of 10s for Nicholas. And he has Jackson 10s on the bottom, so he's got a little bit of life there, and he's going to make it 90. Cooler situation, Rick with the smaller boat, 8s full of 4s. Also has a jack on the bottom, a gutter that's no good. Just James with the 10 high diamonds on bottom, making a call.
5.
3 ways we go to the rivers. Deuce of hearts, deuce of diamonds are rivers.
Pot.
360. Yeah, 2 check. And then 6.
Seat 6 potting his 8s full of 10s, which is the nuts on the top board when you consider that nobody else can have 10-10 because they're accounted for. Rick with a boat on one board. Doesn't expect he'd be winning on the bottom, I don't imagine. Calling for half the pot, which he's not going to get. Just James has the flush on one board. Another situation where do we call for half the pot? I think the answer is no, in which case Nicholas would end up scooping. His 2 pair would be best on bottom if we get rid of James. This is feeling like a card funeral. Third nut diamonds, and that's all he has. He knows that 10's never good on top. Let's it go. Scoop for Nicholas.
8's full. 8's full.
8's full, Jackson 10s.
No, he has Jack 10. He has Jack 10. No diamonds. Yeah, he's going to scoop it.
Nice scoop. Just over $1,000 in the middle.
60 from the side. Appreciate it.
And you can't help but think, oh, my diamonds would have been good if you're in seat 2.
Ah, thank you. 8, 10. Oh, Live 10. 5 fold.
10 is on.
8 fold. 9 fold. Yes. 1 call. 2 fold.
Kings for Barber. Gonna raise it up to 40. Uncle T just flattening the ace queen.
3 players.
7-6 makes the call. 3 ways we go. Set of kings. That easy. Barbara with the set of kings. Uncle T with the gutter. We check through. 9 of diamonds. Changes nothing.
3 bet 50. 4 calls and 1 fold.
Uncle T calling Barbara's $50 bet. Barbara fills up.
3 bets 100. 4 folds.
Doesn't get any additional money on the river.
I know why they lose.
Eights for Nicholas.
8 call, 9 raise.
Wempson.
1
Chappie
fold,
raising the ace queen. Not a lot of money behind for him.
3 fold, 4 fold. 5 fold. 6 raises to 200. 8 fold.
A back raise from Nicholas. The limp re-raise with the eights. And Chappie moves all in.
61.
We're going to see a flip here for $488.
One time, next time.
6 calls, 1 once.
Looks like we're going once. Ace Jack 10. Chappie gets there.
Good.
Chappie going to double up here. Winning the flip against the pocket eights.
261.
Well, we were calling a tournament for a moment there. Ace Queen versus eights all in pre. As a player, I personally am a bit more of a tournament guy than a cash guy. I'll certainly play cash. In fact, you'll see me on the stream playing cash every now and then. Tournaments are my first love, though, and you know we live and die by the flips for 20 bigs.
8 fold, 9 fold.
Fives. Rick gonna try and hit the quads of the day. Might have seen one in the muck already.
Forty's after, I know.
That's not a raise because he didn't say raise before the chip hit the felt. So that's a call. Oversized chip rule in effect here at Texas Card House. One chip without saying anything is a call.
What are you learning? 3 fold, 4 fold. 5 fold. 6 chips. All right, going
Nicholas going to get a free look at the 7-3. And he's going to outflop the fives. The misclick is going to potentially be the undoing here for those fives. Rick bets 10. Nicholas calls. Third spade on the turn, the king of spades.
1 check.
Nicholas with the only spade. Check, check.
6 check.
And if we can somehow get to the showdown, which we will, check, check. 7's going to be good. Rick cost himself like, what was that, like $25 or so with that misclick. If he just raises, he probably just takes it. We see Johnny and Nicholas the big winners.
Live 10, straddle 10.
You hear from 15 minutes in the past the last call for the tournament. Our weekly Monday night tournament here. Full tournament schedule at TexasCardHouse.com or Poker Atlas. Got some low stakes tournaments throughout the week here in Austin.
7 is the straddle. Button.
The Friday PLOs just changed to a $20 rebuy.
Because it wasn't the button. Just let this finish the quick control. Just sit and then we'll read it. Just sit, hold on, and we'll read the
I think we're waiting for the computer to catch up here.
20's the bet.
Might also be that the computer's eating some things here. Doesn't look like there's a lot of action happening. Unfortunately, the computer's not giving me a camera shot where I actually know what's going on. Apologies for the technical hiccup. Happens every now and then. Looks like seat 5 dragging the pot there.
Now you know where the button is. Yes. Let's go back to that person straddle. Put 0.
And personally, I'm also known to play some games that aren't Hold'em, that perhaps aren't even PLO. Love myself some mixed games.
9 call.
Ace, King, and 10s. Big pot brewing.
40.
So bomb pots became a thing like, cool, split pots.
4 fold.
Ace, Jack of Hearts for Johnny.
5 call. 6 fold. 7 fold.
See if Chappie decides to go the limp re-raise route with this Ace King, or if he
9
decides
raises
to.
to 175.
He is going to re-raise. 175. Now maybe Rick goes for the 4-bet to try and get Chappie to himself. Johnny's probably capped himself cold calling the initial raise.
1 call.
Chooses the call. A 4-bet probably would have gotten Chappie to himself, and then they flip. Instead, you're inviting Johnny in with a pretty good price to try and make something out of this Ace Jack of Hearts.
3 players.
3 ways we go. 542 in the middle. 553, 1 heart. 10s, way good. Rick should be betting these 10s when checked to by Chappie. 200 it is. There's almost nothing that these 2 5s improve on the flop. Those 200 and gets the Ace Jack out. Chappie with the Ace King. Putting money in here would be pretty dicey. Rick's going to have a lot of pairs in his range. Let's go of the Ace King.
The quad to the dare 5. You didn't have to show up, just ask me to be a 5.
shows the tens, and Mel reminding him quads of the day are fives. Five and five and five and five is 10 and 10, though, right? Is that how that works?
They're the same chairs they always are.
No, they're the same ones. One fold, two fold. Is that twice today or just?
Yeah, you fell and I fell.
You fell too?
I felt like half an hour ago.
Wow.
Exact same thing.
They both fell out of their chairs. Three fold, four fold. I mean,
We gotta make money somehow.
five raises, 25, six fold, seven fold,
I feel a little bit like
eight folds, nine folds.
Yeah, I fell on my tailbone.
Johnny raising the 5 deuce and getting takers.
Well, you wouldn't have seen it unless the cameras were.
Adventurous raise there. And he's going to get rewarded with an open ender.
They're gonna get reward.
Chappie and KDR both with top pair. KDR
8 bets, 50.
firing this flop.
I'm pretty sure somebody did it, right? Oh, there's $50 reward, please.
I can take a good ball.
9 fold. Yeah.
Oh, wow, the other top pair just folded.
And 5 folds.
Johnny's not folding. He's not playing 5-2 to fold the straight draw. The turn we go. They both miss on this king.
5 check.
Ace or 6 for Johnny. Does not get there. Would have been 9s and 8s
8 check.
if only they could have stuck around. Check, check.
Pair 9.
Shaking his head. Shouldn't have folded. Yeah, I thought Chappie was going to put it in too. I mean, why are we playing the 9-8 and then folding top pair to 1 bet? Why are we even entering that pot is the question I'd like to ask. That is always something to consider as you're playing. What's going to happen on later streets?
Commentating or? No, Chris and Katie. Katie did their stream before, so it's her first time to restream on the new system. So, Thomas. 2 fold, 3 fold, 4 fold. We needed somebody else. You like how I covered that?
Kings for
5
Johnny.
30, 6 fold, yeah. 6 fold, 7 fold, 8 fold, 9 fold.
Ace 30 gets called by Kevin. I imagine Rick's going to call. Rick does call.
3 players. Don't worry, Thomas, just look through my face.
And I believe that is a set of kings for Johnny.
5 check, 7 check.
Gonna have a hard time getting paid. We check through. And he's gonna fill up on this ace turn. Rick gonna go for the airball bluff. $55.
5 call.
Johnny just calling, gonna give him every chance to keep bluffing if that's what he wants to do. Kevin knows his 3s are no good. His 3s were drawing dead. 9 on the end. Now Rick actually has made himself a pair. See if he wants to bluff again. He does.
Bet 80.
80 the bet. How big does Johnny go? If I'm Johnny, I'm probably going about 300 or so to target an ace. I think an ace is the only thing that's going to be paying any raise here. So let's go big. Let's target the trips.
Raises to
You can even go bigger. Even
235.
consider 350. 235s. He goes smaller. What's Rick thinking here? Beats a busted spade draw. But how many spade draws check flop? Probably not many. Watch Rick call here and prove me wrong about only getting paid by an ace. He's shaking his head. Don't think he loves it. Is this a side call or a side fold, though? Like, I just got there. He calls. He does make the call. Good job, Johnny.
King's fold.
You got more than I would have. Sucks the bluff catch and they show you a boat. Been there, done that.
Button 8. I don't know if I cleared it or not.
Of course, if you're not bluff catching nuts ever, maybe you're not bluff catching enough. On to another hand we go.
3 fold. 4 fold. 5 fold. 6 raise 35. 7 fold. 8 fold.
King Queen goes for the open.
He snuck him in my mouth. And 2 fold. Yeah, I was looking at your phone. I'm like,
King Queen on King 10 action. King Queen flopping middle pair. King 10 with a gutter.
6 bet 35.
Oh, I thought you want me to do that. They said no.
Nicholas continues, and
And 2 fold.
James kind of float once, thinking a jack, you could get some money here. Instead, he gets a 5.
2 check.
Does middle pair want to go for another street of value?
6 bet 80.
Goes for 80 here. That's where you want to raise or fold.
2 raises to 250.
And he raises, he makes it 250. Middle pair goes straight into the muck.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Aggression winning the day for James.
Didn't pick up the card. Go now. You gotta wait till we pick up the cards. The card has to be up there and the cards have to be up there. Live 10, live 20. We got a live 20.
There we go, we got a 20 on. Double straddle. Johnny with the king, jack of diamonds, a preferred hand among some.
6 fold, 7 fold, 8 fold, 9 fold. 1 fold. 2 fold. 3 fold. 60.
7-5 of clubs for Uncle T in the straddle. Gotta defend with the 7-5 of clubs. I love that hand. Especially clubs.
Heads up.
Middle pair for the king jack.
5 check.
Check, check. 6 pairs on the turn, so Uncle T picking up a club draw. Uncle T gonna bet the club draw. 110, almost full pot. Johnny with middle pair.
5 fold.
Just lets it go.
Alright, button. Move to 1. Take 10.
What a surprise to see middle pair go into the muck to 1 bet. We have seen Uncle T capable of some bluffs. But to each their own. There are many ways to approach this great game.
Five fold. 6 raise 35. 7 fold. 8 fold. 9 fold.
Ace King making it 35.
1 calls 35.
Rick
2 fold.
going to call up the suited ace.
And 4 fold. 3 players.
Uncle T gonna go duck hunting. No ducks to be found. Jack, Jack 4.
6 check.
Nobody with jacks either.
1
We check through. 7 on the turn.
4 check. 6 check. 1 check.
We check through again. Ace on the river. Ace King gonna be the best hand here. The King does play. 60 from Nicholas.
1 call. 4 fold.
Rick's got a call. He's got an ace, and it's only 1 street of betting, and C6 has the better ace this time.
Alright, we have a bomb pot. Bomb pot.
Bomb pot. I'm used to saying those words a lot on Thursday. Be sure and join us for the bomb pot game on Thursday here on TCH Live.
No, wait. That's
Be sure and subscribe and get the notifications on. Find out every time we're on the air. We're on just about every day of the week these days between Austin, Dallas, Houston, and coming any day now, Rio Grande Valley. I don't know the streaming schedule out of that location yet, but it'll be nice to see how they play it down south. That's the one location I've never been to. Kind of far from here. Down by the border in Edinburgh.
Nine players.
Here comes some flops. Jack 9 deuce rainbow and 9 5 4 2 hearts. 9s would be nice.
5 check. 6 check. 7 check. 8 check. 9 check.
Uncle T has
1 check.
just a 9. Oh, 9s and deuces on the top. Johnny's got the other 9. We all checked. King and a 6.
3 check.
Boards are getting straighter.
5 check.
Pot.
90. 6 bet pot. 90.
Nicholas Potts at King 8 7 3 hearts and clubs. So he's got the straight on the bottom,
7
and he's got a king on top. KDR 5 3 3 deuce
9
folds.
calls. 90.
Chappie calling nuts spades on top, as well as Jackson deuces.
2 fold. 3 fold. 4 fold.
Gutter on the bottom, I believe. Johnny Queen 9 8 6. Draw and 2 pair, I think. Queen high spades won't be good. 3 ways we go. 10 of hearts, ace of clubs. So no flushes get there. And king high straight for Johnny on top.
360. 6 bet pot.
Nicholas saying pot. He's got the nuts on the bottom with the 8-7. That's a straight to the 9. And he's got a king on the top board. Chappie, ace, jack, 4, deuce. Has aces and 4s on one board. He has jacks and deuces on the other board. I don't think either is going to be good enough to make the call in a three-way pot.
9 fold.
Does correctly make the fold for what would have been the rest of his money. Over to Johnny, queen 9, 8, 6. He has a non-nut straight on one board, and that's really all he has. He has a pair on the other board. This would be a really dicey call. You're calling for maybe half the pot. Super easy for someone else to have the king high straight here and be quartering you. He is going to make the call.
Eliminate straight. Sorry, 5 fold.
And so we are going to chop it up.
He has the higher, nope.
That's straight. Queen nine. Queen nine.
Yeah, he has the queen 9 straight, yeah.
And queen high straight on top,
I'm gonna give queen 8.
nuts on bottom for Nicholas.
Chop it up. Chop it up.
There we go, chop it up. We'll get back to a little bit more hold'em as we
This one.
get closer to the end here.
Blind, big blind, and then
Thank you all so much for being here tonight. Over 200 of you across our various platforms. That's amazing.
9:45.
Tens for Rick.
One raise, 35.
Ace of 35. Just James with the 8s. Getting in there. Uncle T with king high hearts. Enters. Johnny defends his straddle with the queen 5 off. Probably unnecessary. Jack, jack 3, which is going to keep the 10s ahead, I believe.
One bet 75. 2 fold, 4 fold, 5 fold.
Rick's bet will get the job done. Hey, that gamble just barely won for me. The 51, that is the lowest winning score on this game. This silly little game we play in the chat.
Seven fold, 8 fold, 9 fold. One raises to 25. 2 re-raises 75. 3 fold, 4 fold, 27. 5 fold. 6 fold.
James 3-betting the 6-5. Getting the job done. Shuffle up and deal once again.
My bad.
A quick look at these stacks.
Stuck on my weight.
Since the match is set game, you have $3,919. You can come here, plop it down, and match Johnny.
8 raises 35. 9 fold. 1 fold.
KDR getting a hand he can open. Queen 9 suited. Just James with
2 call.
99 red balloons. Uncle T with the jacks. Goes for a small 3-bet. He makes it 100. KDR making the call, which should invite Just James to try and find himself the case 9. 3 ways we go, just over $300 in the middle.
Three players.
King 7-5. Jacks are ahead.
8 check. 2 check.
Checks to Uncle T. This is a favorable flop for his range. He goes full pot. Really pressing the issue.
Barrels live stream.
KDR folds. As does Just James. Uncle T with Just Jacks. Taking this one down.
90. Oh, there you are. 95. Thank you. We got about 5 more minutes. Did y'all want to end on a bone or do y'all just want to keep playing through? End on a bone Okay.
Draw closer to the end here.
Did we?
I think they're discussing the possibility of a bomb pot to finish, which is how it normally goes. As it is now, we're playing Hold'em.
Are you good? Alright, 9 fold.
Which hand is the last one, Katie?
No.
Which hand is the last one?
2 fold. 3 fold, 4 fold.
Understood. Is it a bomb pot? Well, that'll make it more obvious, thanks.
5, 3.
All right, Ace-5 suited for Johnny.
8 fold.
KDR defending the strat with the 7-4 offsuit. I see a 5 and I see a club, which is good news for Ace-5 of clubs. Pair and a backdoor. Check, check. Jack of clubs. Really good news with Johnny turning the nut club draw against KDR's open enter. Pump $30 in there. Probably a bit small to get any folds from anything of consequence. Johnny making the call. Deuce on the end. KDR gonna miss it. KDR gonna bluff it. 65, another half pot. Bit of a bummer to be blocking the backdoor club draw that missed. Let's it go. KDR getting it done with the bluff. Phony calling me out for gambling the min. Guess what? I got a reputation to maintain. I am the New York Knit after all. Unless I decide to become the Long Island Flag. That would be the alter ego. Some wimps here.
8 call, 9 checks. Four players.
4 ways we go. Wimp's pot. Sheppy with a dirty diaper. Gonna flop a gutter. Ace 9 5. 2 clubs.
5 check.
Top pair for Johnny. We check through.
8 check.
10 of clubs. Sheppy has the only club.
5 bet 25.
$25 from Johnny with top
Plus
pair.
9 folds. 3 folds.
KDR calling with his 9. We go heads up. The 10 pairs.
10 of hearts.
Backdoor pair.
8 check 9
Check, check.
8 check 5 check.
Johnny's kicker not playing anymore.
Ace 10.
Johnny winning though.
10.
Only one with an ace. So he takes a small one.
I was reading his. Thank you.
Few more hands to go.
Yes.
If you missed any of this, you can watch this in our archives on the TCH Live YouTube channel, TCH Live Poker. As well as a lot of content from our 4+ years doing this. Be sure hit that like button while you're in there. If you're watching this in the future, not too late to hit like, not too late to drop us a comment.
Five 10.
Wherever you're watching, hit the buttons that say you enjoy this. And come on back. We got a game tomorrow in Dallas that'll be worth watching for sure.
Re-raise
Bigger
35.
stacks, possibly crazier action up there.
Or re-raise is 75.
Uncle T 3-betting the 7s. KDR pipping him with the 8s.
8.
Makes the call. One of those 8s going into the muck, along with one of the 7s. Barbara calling ace 6 suited, the worst of these suited aces. 3 ways we go. Queen 6 6. That's trips for Barber. I don't know what that scanner is.
6 of that. 6 of spades. 8 check.
This is all Barber.
Probably turn my hand wrong.
Gonna lead into Uncle T.
3 bets. 140.
140, a little over half pot.
All in.
Uncle T ripping it all in. All in for over $1,000. Barber snapping him.
Going for it.
Uncle T gonna need a 7. There's only one of them left available to him.
Twice is much better for me.
2 times. Go for 2 times.
They're gonna go twice. He's gonna have 4 shots at it to get half the pot. That is the ceiling for him. That's not a 7.
Backdoor. No, not anymore. Not on this board.
9 and 9.
That's not a 7. Barber's got at least half locked up.
4 clubs.
And that's not a 7. One more chance for Uncle T.
All right. Last one. 10 spades.
And Uncle T gonna get stacked by Barber. Uncle T not believing Barber's lead and just handing him $1,000.
You want?
We'll see if he decides to reload for these last couple hands. I don't think so. I think he's just going to call it an evening slightly early.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
What a flop for Barber.
Alright, we're gonna do last hand's gonna be bomb pot.
Pulls him out of the gutter.
Rick, sit out, Rick.
Is it last hand, you said? What did you say? Last hand?
Last hand for the live stream. The table will keep going.
All right, this will be the final hands of the evening. This is going to be a bomb pot.
Yep. Are we good? So yeah.
Looks like Rick is going to just take his $100 profit and run and not play the bomb pot. Thanks for playing. Thank you all again for watching. So much fun hanging out with you every time I get the chance to do this. You'll hear me back here again Thursday night.
You had one stage.
All bomb pots from here in Austin. I'll come back before then. Check out our big game from Dallas this Tuesday. As we see Mel putting out the final flops of the evening. Queen 9-4, all hearts. Jack 5 deuce rainbow. We'll see who's got what now.
5 check, 6 check.
Queen 9 for Johnny. Kevin betting 50. He's flopped nut hearts on top. He's got a 5 on the bottom. He's got a gutter on the bottom. He's got Jackson 5s on the bottom. Serious scoop ability. Chappie 9-6-4-3. 9s and 4s and an open ender. And Johnny also calling. We don't know what his last card is. He's got queens and 9s at least, though. Hey, another heart. He only gets to use 3 of them, though. And Kevin, for good measure, has a straight flush gutter. Because why not? Kevin feeling pretty good right now. Jackson 5s on one board. Nuts. What the draw, the super nuts on the other side. Makes it 220. That would be full pot. Chappie, 9s and 3s. And a wrap. All in for less. And we're going to go to the runouts here. And there's a jack and a king of diamonds. And so the flush, and then the bottom board is kings and jacks for Kevin. So Kevin is going to scoop the final pot of the evening. So going to hopefully get these graphics up one more time before we call it a night.
Yeah, because it's auto fan, so yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much for watching. What a night of poker we've had. Even if it was just 86 hands, like I think we've made them count. Like we had some big ones. I mean, we just saw that crazy hand, Barber versus Uncle T, just before we went to this bomb pot. What more could you want? And we see Barber racking up. So the players will keep playing if they so desire. But that's going to be it as far as anything streams. We get the B-pips one last time. And, you know, ranging from 46 to 21. So nobody playing every hand tonight, but, you know, nobody, like, insanely super nitty either, which is how we like to see it. We'll see if we get the win-loss numbers. I don't know that those are coming. I don't think the win-loss numbers are coming. So I think what we'll do is we'll just call it a night then. So on behalf of our producers, Kristen, Mel, and Katie, and our dealers, well, Kristen and Mel were the dealers tonight, all the staff here, and I'm William Lottie, the New York Knit.